Brotherton.
What's on your mind?
This Veterans Day, I'm encouraging all of us to get tougher on ourselves. A story from World War II helps show the way. The Marines of H-21 were fighting on Guadalcanal. Sea rations had run out. Troops ate twice a day, but only coconuts and wormy rice they'd confiscated from the enemy. Private First Class Sid Phillips grew concerned for his hometown friend, W.O. Brown, who had severe dysentery. There was no medicine anymore, no cots to lie, and if you were sick, you simply laid on the ground. Brown grew so emaciated and weak, he couldn't even sit up. Before Phillips passed in 2015, I interviewed him for a book I was working on. I asked Phillips about his experiences on Guadalcanal. It was bad, Phillips told me. I didn't think my friend was going to survive. Each day during lulls in the fighting, Phillips carried Brown to the ocean and helped him get clean. I asked Phillips if he remembered any conversations during these times. Here I was expecting a poignant story. I pictured this young, battle-hardened Marine carrying his nearly dead buddy to the water. "Keep holding on," Phillips would whisper. "Have courage. Think of Mom and apple pie," something like that. But Phillips just chuckled. He said, "I told Brown to stop being such a faker and take a salt tablet." His response threw me. Phillips eventually became a respected medical doctor, and I asked him what his strategy had been back on Guadalcanal. Well, it didn't help anyone, he said, to overly commiserate with him. That only depressed him. But if you kidded him, if you joked with him, that made him smile. Yeah, the ribbing was all good-natured. He'd fire back a wisecrack at you, and soon he'd get to fighting again. Can Phillips' strategy apply to us today? Phillips respected Brown as a man with the capacity to get up, go on, and push through difficulty. We need to believe the same about ourselves. We are far stronger than we think we are. Anytime we're in a down place, maybe angry, tired, lonely, or stressed, we are tempted to become overly sympathetic with ourselves. That brings on an insidious, pampering mindset that says, we deserve a break, just this once. I'm not talking about kicking back on the couch with a bag of chips, not that kind of a break. I'm talking about succumbing to the lie that it's okay to run to vices. No one escapes this impulse. We're all tempted to run to whatever ultimately harms us because it's easy to convince ourselves that surely this must help, but this never does. So what's the solution? Get tougher on ourselves. Push through difficulty. Take a salt tablet and get back to the battle. This Veterans Day, we are reminded that difficulties will always exist in life, but we don't need to drink excessively. We don't need to give in to road rage. We really don't. By the way, the Get Tough strategy worked. W.O. Brown survived his dysentery and the war. Those who live in freedom will always be grateful to those who help preserve it. For Veterans Day, I'm Marcus Brotherton, author of The Long March Home.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE. 844-53-BIBLE.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Michigan. Coverage starts at 11:30 a.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, November 10th. I almost forgot what date it is. It is indeed Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always streaming live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram. The radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Senslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. We've got Anthony and Natasha here this morning. Loaded show. Kind of a fun bounce-around show this morning. All sorts of good stuff. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's Friday. Big football weekend. Big, obviously, Veterans Day tomorrow.
Yes.
A lot of commemorations across our region.
How's the Academy looking this week? Are we going to win? Are we going to lose?
We're going to win. We're positive. We do not have a hope deficit.
Gregory?
See, it's good. What is a hope deficit, by the way?
I guess it's tracking your... What is a hope deficit? I guess it's, tracking how much hope you have or don't have.
Oh, it's a hope meter.
New police commissioner, though, by Thanksgiving, right? Is what she's announcing.
Yeah.
Sherelle Parker, is who we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe they can actually fill the void of all the openings they have for police officers in this city. Alarming numbers. CBS Philadelphia says down 1,000 officers from the last several years.
She also said that and I'm not trying to steal the thunder for Dawn's News coming up in 2 minutes, but she also said that she wants to carry on, I think the word was the legacy of the Kennedy administration.
That was the word.
Oh.
Was it legacy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Yeah. I was like, come on. No, we're not starting off on the best foot. Put your best foot forward.
That's right.
That was not it.
Legacy. You get what you vote for, Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Elections have consequences. But I digress. We got a lot of good things to get to this morning. including a big take with Elon Musk and Bill Maher about the virus that is running amok. And no, it's not COVID. We also have the ratings in from the third Republican debate, and they were brutal.
Oh, boy.
Tim Scott apparently has a lady friend.
What?
We will,
Yeah.
we will analyze her, Dawn, and break her down.
Oh, no.
Remember they posed.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Well, we have the tape now. We have the photos, so we're gonna.
She'll be in a box.
No.
We will put her up in a box.
He might not.
We will also put Ivanka Trump in the box today.
Oh no.
That is correct.
Dawn.
We got to do some analysis
Dawn.
here. Dawn will play defense attorney.
Oh boy.
And how about this? I never thought I would see this, but a BLM leader is endorsing Donald J. Trump.
What?
That's correct. That's not a typo. That is not a fake Babylon Bee headline. BLM leader endorses Donald Trump. And also, it is Veterans Day tomorrow, and one gentleman's establishment is giving free lap dances for all current active duty military members and our great veterans.
Wow.
Love it.
That is awesome.
That's how you give back.
I knew I should have enlisted. I'm such a coward. All right, we got a lot to get to. 6:05 Friday morning, round one of the news. And for that, we go to the great Dawn Stenslin.
Yes, and good morning this Friday morning, November 10th. It's chilly today, and it's not going to get much warmer. So we're in the low 50s. We'll get to the mid 50s. Full forecast coming to you in just a minute. Police say they believe that a group of suspects who turned this wooded area right off South Road and Bartram Avenue into this chop shop. So it's a chop shop bust up that I'm beginning with this morning because we hear about all these carjacked vehicles, these stolen vehicles, and now Philadelphia police are detailing for us a very sophisticated operation. And they believe at least 15 vehicles, as well as many parts, were towed from the scene in Southwest Philadelphia. This happened late last night. So it's right near the Philadelphia International Airport on PennDOT's property. So certainly something they say they're going to spend a lot of time figuring out, look for any kind of VIN numbers or ID numbers or anything, even for those stolen parts, just to piece everything together as far as how many stolen vehicles they're dealing with here. But detectives said there were also a lot of man-made exit points in and out of this wooded area, and clearly they were creating emergency exits.
So eventually the stolen parts, or before they become the parts that are broken down, they're ending up on government property with PennDOT? Is that what I gathered?
That's where, in part.
Oh, boy.
So, in the woods there, they were covered by a camouflage. They used some kind of tarp and camouflage.
Mm-hmm.
Worked overnight. Worked long hours overnight. Went undetected for quite some time, and this was a pretty sophisticated operation because some of these thefts might go back to 2020. So the question is, how long has this been here?
Mm-hmm.
How long has this been going on, like the song says?
Yep.
But we've been talking a lot about car thefts, carjackings, and so this is a major bust for police. So hopefully we get some more details as they just busted this up and started towing the vehicles. That was last night. Okay, let's talk about the FBI now offering, this is a follow-up story, a $10,000 reward for information that leads to the arrest of a New Jersey man that we talked about yesterday in connection to what happened on January 6th on the U.S. Capitol. So now a $10,000 reward. The FBI said that its SWAT teams are searching for the suspect. ID'd as Greg Yetman, and this is in Middlesex County. So Jamesburg Police Department, New Jersey State Police, Middlesex County Prosecutor's Office, others are involved in this huge search. They had issued a federal arrest warrant for him in D.C. Monday after he was charged with multiple offenses in connection to the January 6th attack. They have video of him or images of him apparently holding or going to hold a big canister of pepper spray.
Mm-hmm.
So he is accused of pepper spraying these Capitol Police officers. That's that story. Let's talk now about Mayor-elect Sherelle Parker. Yes, she had her big news conference yesterday, and she is, among her other big announcements, She is ending the hope deficit and creating 16 new subcommittees, as well as some roundtable working groups. That's one of the announcements. As Greg said earlier, she is promising to announce officially who the next police commissioner is, and that's before Thanksgiving. And we've been talking about this. Thanksgiving is
next week.
TikTok, you know.
Next weekend.
So she doesn't have much time for that one. But this was her first major event since, of course, her big victory in Tuesday's election. So Philadelphia Mayor-elect Cheryl Parker announcing the transition team. And we talked about this yesterday morning, who will lead it, what's going on. It's going to be chaired by Ryan Boyer, who leads the Building Trades Union right now. One familiar face that I saw, who I'm actually so proud of him, is Garrett Snyder, the grandson of the late great Ed Snyder.
Oh, cool, very nice.
And so Garrett was just so proud of you, and I've known him since he was, in his mommy's, before he was born. I'll say, in mommy's womb.
There's like a 40-person transition team or something.
Wow.
Yes.
It's huge.
It's like a Wednesday on TikTok. I'm sorry.
Wednesday on TikTok. Stop. So there's just so much going on today, and we'll talk about all of it moving forward. Getting to the NBC 10 first alert forecast. By the way, they're unveiling some of the Christmas decorations, Love Park, and they're already talking about bringing in the Christmas trees in Philadelphia. It's this is coming so quickly upon us, even before Thanksgiving. But the NBC 10 first alert forecast after yesterday's warm day, 52 degrees right now. We do have some showers possible around 10 o'clock-ish, and that not heavy, nothing heavy, but we will have some showers for a couple of hours, spotty showers in and out throughout the day today. So kind of a dreary day, kind of raw, kind of rainy. Yeah, the high today, we've already reached it. So it's just kind of a gray, drizzly, kind of spitting that rain, as they say. Not a great Friday for you, except for the fact that it's Friday. Tomorrow, 56 degrees, bright, sunny skies. So the weekend, at least, will be sunny and clear, mostly clear. And Saturday, definitely the better day, with Saturday, for all of our Veterans Day commemorations, it will be, like I say, 56, light wind, bright, sunny skies. Sunday, 49 degrees and partly sunny. And then moving forward next week, we're low to mid 50s. And starting out the week sunny. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
What's the day they're actually, what day is Veterans Day actually observed on? Is it today or is
tomorrow?
it
tomorrow? I
tomorrow.
think it's,
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll be the day where the Free Gentlemen's Club dances for those fine Americans out there. And also the day tomorrow when Penn State loses to Michigan again.
Nah, that's not true. You can hear it all here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT starting at 11:30 tomorrow morning.
All right, 6:12 Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The big take, the woke mind virus. You know, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis may have ruined the word woke with his overuse of the phrase for all of us that want to talk about things that fall under that umbrella. But his views on the woke mind virus itself and how to combat it are absolutely spot on. This political correctness on steroids mindset has ruined many American institutions with an absurd mentality that has permeated throughout our society. And this is not a battle that conservatives are fighting alone. Your classic liberals, such as Bill Maher, or even climate activists, such as Elon Musk, always rail against this on almost a weekly basis. In fact, pretty much all of America, short of the progressives, absolutely despise this school of thought because it's not based in reality, logic, or the way humans interact and really live their lives on a daily basis. It has ruined social media at times, school districts, colleges and universities, free speech, the military, the government, Hollywood, and even sports. It's so delusional in nature that you have people of the LGBTQ community defending Hamas in the streets and on social media. And last week, when Elon Musk was on the Joe Rogan podcast, Elon talked about the woke mind virus and told Rogan that it's on full display in San Francisco, which is where Twitter is located. Musk said, quote, "The outcome of the woke mind virus is very clear if you walk around the streets of downtown San Francisco." Musk blamed the far left for the spreading of the virus, but he still believes that we can right the ship. He did an interview again this week, and here is Elon Musk talking about the woke mind virus this week, and he says it is communism rebranded. Listen and watch.
over the past year or so, since purchasing X, you've become more political. Is there a part of you that regrets that?
Have I?
In this battle to sort of counterweigh the woke that comes from
I guess
San
if you
Francisco?
consider fighting the woke mind virus, which I consider to be a civilizational threat, to be political, then yes.
So basically going into the battleground of politics. Is there a part of you that regrets
Yes,
that?
I don't know if this is necessarily sort of one candidate or another candidate, but it's I'm generally against things that are anti-meritocratic or where there's an attempt to suppress discussion, where even discussing a topic is, not allowed. The woke mind virus is communism rebranded.
This school of thought from the radical left is being taught at the earliest levels of schooling, but it gets really dangerous at the college and university ranks. Republican Wesley Hunt of Texas saying the following on Twitter and X, quote, "The best way to end anti-Semitism at our universities and in Congress is by purging the woke mind virus, which has corrupted our culture. Our children are being taught to hate Jews, to hate America, and to sympathize with terrorists because some of their professors, favorite influencers, and a few members of Congress have convinced them that the acts of terror are really acts of resistance. The left's moral compass is broken, and for the record, if you are a college professor or a member of Congress who struggles with condemning the actions of terrorists like Hamas, then you should resign." That was Wesley Hunt from Texas. Absolutely well said. And while Ron DeSantis has failed as a presidential candidate, he has excelled as a governor. In my opinion, the best governor in the United States of America, regardless of party. And that's why Florida is doing so well. And they're doing so well in their schools as they eliminate the absurd line of thinking. Florida comes in number one in the latest rankings in educational freedom for combating wokeness and supporting parental rights. The Heritage Foundation released a report card Tuesday evening that ranked Florida as the top state for education freedom. Pennsylvania came in at number 30. Quote, "The renaissance of school choice is the silver lining of the left's disastrous mismanagement of American schools. The Great Awakening and the theatrical school closures during the COVID-19 pandemic only compounded the existing dysfunction of the system." That is a quote from Heritage Foundation President Dr. Kevin Roberts. Quote, "With more states embracing education freedom, we are inching closer to a system where parents have the autonomy they deserve, breaking away from the monopoly enjoyed by the educational establishment," he added. Now, states were measured based on 4 categories: education choice, teacher freedom, transparency, and return on investment. Quote, "In this 2023 edition of the Education Freedom Report Card, Florida remains the top-ranked state across the board. Florida lawmakers have once again expanded education freedom and promoted parental rights while creating a laudable return on investment for taxpayers." That was from the Heritage Foundation. But don't take it from Ron DeSantis. Don't take it from Wesley Hunt, Elon Musk, or yours truly. Let's hear from someone on the left, Bill Maher, who is a classic liberal, who had this exchange with Neil deGrasse Tyson on HBO about combating wokeness. Listen and watch.
No, what I meant was...
Am I not woke enough for you?
Jokes that would work on a college campus, okay? Surely there's a portfolio of jokes that would still work on a college campus. Surely.
I would hope not. From what maybe some college campuses, the ones you read about are insane.
You've given up on an entire generation, and you don't know how to make them laugh.
I have given up on any place that doesn't even remotely attempt to believe in free speech and thinks that anything that they hear that they don't like, that they don't agree with, is violence. These people are nuts, and you should be calling them out. Somebody like you, who has standing with kids, should be not joining them.
When there's a science objectivity to it,
You're doing what parents do. You're taking the path of least resistance, and therefore hurting the kids and yourself. Parents ruin both their lives. They ruin their spoiled kids' lives, and they ruin their own lives because the kids rule the roost. So that's what you're doing on a national level.
I'm feeling more like on the porch. Get off my lawn.
Really? I feel like we're in the barber shop.
Well, that works too.
Bill Maher absolutely going off on what goes on in these schools with today's generation. And don't let the woke fool you. They're a very distinct minority who are very loud, threaten and bully those into their school of thought, and then play the victim card before and after. But much like every other thing in life, you have to hope and assume it's like a pendulum. It has swung way too far to the left in the last decade, and it will eventually swing its way back to the right and probably land in the center. Or so I hope, and so should you. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button. We'll come back and get some thoughts on that from this morning, as well as what's going on with our educational system. I've got some of the rankings here where these other states fit in behind Florida, and also the value of a college degree is absolutely diminishing before our very eyes. We'll give you the details and what the businesses are looking for from these young kids that graduate. We'll do that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Friday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the president and CEO of the leading analytics firm over Wall Street, Del Bar Incorporated, Lou Harvey, who explains why Wall Street is not set up to have a fiduciary duty to the everyday investor.
Wall Street is not set up to handle a fiduciary relationship. Too expensive to replace all of my compensation systems, retrain all of my people. The whole structure that's been built over the last 100 years would have to be turned on end. I would have to be brutally negative. We have an industry that has been built on caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Hear this and more exclusive interviews with powerful industry leaders, esteemed economists, and top researchers at the Spring Mill Manor, November 14th. Registration is required. Call Crash Proof Retirement, 800-722-9728.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, I started out down a dirty road.
All right, 625. Happy Friday to everybody. Kayal and Company here on this November the 10th. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, we will tell you how bad the ratings were for the third Republican primary. It continues to go down each and every time as the candidate list goes down each and every time from 8 to 7 to 5. And we'll see just how bad the fourth one is in a matter of weeks. Also, Tim Scott's got a girlfriend, and Ivanka Trump's getting some work done. We'll play a little armchair quarterback. Yeah, we're going to have to judge a lot of women today, Dawn. This could be a very uncomfortable half hour for you coming up.
Okay, well, I don't mean to burst your bubble, but I could tell, I knew, but I wasn't going to say anything because, you know what I mean? She looks gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's not attractive at all. No.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, you can.
It's like your vehicle.
Yes.
Right? Or your house.
Mm-hmm.
If your roof had some shingles missing in the roof.
Which I've been there.
Right?
Yep.
You're going to fix them. But if your beautiful Piazza Honda Ridgeline got a dent, you'd take it to the body shop.
Damn right.
You wouldn't drive around with a dent.
You're correct.
So basically, that's what women do.
Yes.
We maintain. It's like 50,000 mile maintenance. 60,000 mile maintenance.
As a man, I'm guilty of it as well. I try to maintain.
By the way, this isn't Nick Kayal saying this. This is the Daily Mail, your favorite publication.
That's correct.
So
that is correct.
We're just don't shoot the messengers. We're just
relaying the message,
analyzing what a publication said.
I am
tabloid rag, but
we are
whatever.
Paid to pontificate on the subjects that really matter for the day, as Ivanka was in court yesterday. But I do think this was fascinating. So the big take this morning on this woke mind virus, the way Elon Musk puts it and the way Bill Maher puts it, and if you picked up on what they were both kind of honing in on, is essentially this wokeness infringes upon your free speech. We will do something on Monday after last night, Tucker Carlson, episode 38, dropped on Twitter, and it was all about the First Amendment and free speech. It's fascinating. We'll talk about that on Monday, but Elon Musk, Bill Maher, also talking about free speech, and it got me to heritage.org, and I wish, with us being on YouTube and me having my laptop here, because it's a digital breakdown with like an interactive map of the United States where you can put your cursor over each state. It's all color coded and it tells you which state is the most free with education. And then you can click on each state. I wish this was like a Zoom where I could share my screen. But I just wanted to point this out because I mentioned Florida at number 1 and Pennsylvania at 30. So when they talk about educational freedom in this country, they ranked all 50 states. And Florida was number 1. A lot of the red states down south were in the top 10. Florida was 1. Texas was 8. You go out to the West Coast. California was in the middle of the pack at 26. Pennsylvania is number 30. New Jersey is 42. And New York is 48th. I mean, they're almost in dead last. But you click on Pennsylvania, and as I told you, it gives you 4 different categories. Your educational choice rank, your transparency rank, which I would think is, guidance counselors and teachers, telling parents of what's going on with their children, if they're changing their pronouns or gender identity and not trying to hide it from the parents. Teacher freedom rank was number 3, and the return on your investment rank, whether you're paying public tax dollars or privately funding their education, that was the 4th. And Pennsylvania overall is 30th. They are 21st in education choice rank, 24th in transparency rank, 34th in teacher freedom rank, and 42nd on return on investment rank. And it just got me thinking back to Central Bucks School District, all these school board elections and parents wanting, more parental rights, Freedom of Information Act, school voucher programs like that. We're not nearly as bad as California. We're not nearly as good as Florida, but it looks like there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in this state when it comes to, if you want your children to have the education, as somebody that listens to this show that's a conservative, that wants all the nonsense out of the schools and just sticking to math, reading, history, English language arts, science, things like that, there's still a long way to go. So I think these battles are still incredibly important. And if you want to be really, really good and be in the top 10, I would think that this is still years away from happening. I know, Dawn, you talk a lot about it. Meg Brock talks a lot about it. What's going on, what's permeating through these schools with these agendas, and then also the lack of transparency. It just seems to me like one of these things, like I actually thought Pennsylvania would be worse. I'm surprised California is better than us. So that should be the goal. Like, you got to do better than California, because a lot of this insanity usually starts out in the Pacific Northwest or on the West Coast and works its way to the big cities on the East Coast.
Yeah, and to your point, already the Democrats, for example, who swept in Bucks County, where they had Republicans just didn't show up for the vote and didn't come out, and already one of the lead Democrats who won said, we're going to reverse everything. We are for the pride flags in the classroom, and no more banned books. I say in air quotes, and LGBTQ plus and bathroom usage and everything else is back on the table. And so the part of the problem is that you look at the headlines. Look at this morning in our area, the local papers, the broadcast stations, they're all saying, oh, the Republican board members, and this really is across the country too. Oh, the Republican board members, they were riling things up, and it was all about book bans. No, the media created the narrative.
I know.
Now they're reporting on blaming the narrative that they created that ousted the Republicans.
It's always, when you talk about being riled up and getting, all crazy, the left is always crazy, but it's justified by the media. And then the right simply brings up these issues and presents them or goes to a school board meeting, but then the media portrays it to be some hostile takeover. Yeah. It's so many times that we've seen where, conservatives are mad about this, but it's not overly, in your face. It's not invading people's safe space. It's not a threatening act of violence, so to speak. And then the media puts such a slant on it, and they take it from a toxicity level. If it's a 2 out of 10, as soon as the media throws some fairy dust over it, it's an 8 out of 10, and then it's all of a sudden, oh, these people are such threats to the future of America. And it's like, no, we don't want porn in libraries. We don't want boys in girls' bathrooms. It's like, once you actually take the time to figure out what the message is about and what bullet points we're trying to hammer home, you realize it's just really common sense, right?
It is, but the problem is that I think, for whatever reason, we still haven't figured it out. People were not energized about this, and so across our region, we're seeing this at the hyper local level, and now they think that it'll be less divisive. That's not the case.
No.
See, a lot of people, I think, are just not paying attention, and then all of a sudden, when their 12-year-old comes home and says, their 12-year-old daughter comes home, or their 9-year-old daughter, like your twins, and says, Mommy, Daddy, there was a boy in the bathroom today, and they feel awkward about it, that's when all of this begins.
Yeah, it almost, you don't realize it's going on until it shows up on your front porch. It's a lot like the left and the Dems that said, oh, there's no border problem. We don't have an immigration problem at the southern border, and then all of a sudden the illegal migrants get shipped up to Martha's Vineyard, and they're like, "Whoa, you can't drop these people off here." New York City, oh, we don't have a problem. Oh, we're full. Sorry, Biden, help us out. It's never an issue until it actually lands right on your piece of property, and then you start to realize that it's true.
And I think the biggest issue that, and maybe this is the mistake, because the headlines were all about LGBTQ+.
Yep.
But the honest to God's truth is, you look at all the collar counties,
Mhm.
the Republicans wanted fiscal responsibility.
Yep.
And we're talking about the spending. Just wait till these folks, their taxes start going up.
That's correct. For what it's worth, Pennsylvania from year over year, 2022 to 2023, up 7 spots overall. So we were 37th a year ago, now 30th. Up 8 spots in education choice, so that's good. Transparency up 7, that's good. But down 1 spot in teacher freedom and down 4 spots in return on investment. And that gets me to, speaking of return on investment, we've talked about this a lot on this show, the value of college versus, going to a trade school or going into the workforce. This is a very interesting study that came out. Outkick posted it, but it's from redballoon.work and Public Square, which is a surveying company. And this is really, I think, going to hammer home what we have been talking about on this show. They say that student loan debt in the United States today totals more than $1.77 trillion. And a joint venture between redballoon.work and Public Square surveyed more than 70,000 small businesses about the future of economics for its annual Freedom Economy Index. And they wanted to look at the most consequential trends. And one of those was a change in how businesses view college-educated students. Specifically, 89% of respondents say college campuses no longer foster the debate and critical thinking needed to solve problems. That's almost 9 out of 10 people responding. More than 83% of the businesses indicated they are less likely to see no difference in hiring candidates for jobs with 4-year degrees from major universities. 69% of respondents agreed that graduating college students don't enter the workforce with the relevant skills that business and society require. And lastly, 86% of businesses said they prefer a job candidate with 4 years of experience in the field over someone with 4 years of college and a bachelor's degree. I mean, it is becoming crystal clear these days that if you are going to go to college, number one, I think, if you don't know what you want to do, community college the first 2 years. Figure it out, save the money, and then transfer. But nowadays, I mean, I don't know, short of some of the truly specific professions that you need a certain background in, like, being a teacher, being a doctor, being a lawyer. But, you look at some of these degrees today, and this is not to knock anybody that has a degree in any of these fields, but do you really need to go to college for 4 years and spend $75,000 in debt to get a marketing degree? I mean, really?
No.
I mean, you're going to end up selling advertising in some regards. Do you need a marketing degree?
Nope.
You're either a good, convincing salesperson and you know your product you're selling and you have people skills, or you don't, right? Like, there's no way I would imagine anybody going to college for 4 years for a marketing degree to get out and work and sell commercials for Odyssey. Just my opinion, I don't think you need 4 years to do that.
I would make the case that unless you're really going to college for a very specific thing, doctor, lawyer, something that, really can benefit you, the 4 years, 6 years, whatever it is for college, I'm fine with that. But if you're just there aimlessly saying, oh, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that or I'm going to work on it's get out and get experience. It's far more valuable to people than college. And you can make some money while you're doing it, while you're learning, rather than putting yourself in debt. It's just there's so much, we just don't put a value anymore on experience. Everybody is just like, well, I have a degree in this. It's like, okay, great. And I also work at Starbucks.
Yeah.
So what experience do you have to, make these widgets or whatever it is you're doing?
Right.
Why can't you do all the above? I mean, I have, Michael's at Penn State Abington.
Mm-hmm.
He's a full-time student. He has a lifeguarding job, and he also has another job working under the Abington Police for PAL, which he's been a volunteer and now is getting a job, you know what I mean? But he works.
But what's he studying?
He's just starting out, so it's
undecided.
It's criminology.
Okay, study of crime.
So
I was a criminal justice major.
Well, their criminology degree at Penn State's pretty good.
Yeah, and there's definitely a difference between criminology and criminal justice for sure. But I mean, this is not to kiss your butt on the radio. Raised by good parents, motivation. So yeah, he can do the 4-year school. He can take on this job, do that job. But for the average Gen Zer out there that just wastes their day away on TikTok and then cries at Starbucks because they're working an 8-hour shift and is working or going to college at Bucks County Community College. I think those are the people that we're probably really talking about. Like, you're probably wasting your time if you're not doing that.
But again, he has a specific thing he's going for.
Oh,
so like,
that's okay. So
I'm fine with it. I'm not saying only people who should be doctors and lawyers should be going to college. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you have a specific interest in a specific reason, major, that's going to help you in law, sure, absolutely go.
Well, there used to be a time in this industry where you either needed a radio/TV degree, Temple's got a good program, or you needed a communications degree, or a broadcast journalism degree, or just a journalism degree. Dawn, you obviously needed that to do TV, but honest to God, like, I don't have a journalism degree. I don't have a radio, TV, communication, broadcast degree. It was just, learning on the fly and, trying to get mentored by people. After I graduated college and didn't get into law school, I'm like, you know what? I'd rather talk sports on the radio for a living. And most people were like, well, you don't have the degree, but you can get there. Like, you either can get on this little device in front of my mouth and do the thing, or you can't do it, right? Like,
yeah, a couple of things. To your point, because I was the first woman in my direct family who graduated college,
right?
And I was to be honest, because my parents didn't have any money. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
same here.
That's why I had to work full time and take out every loan I could. So it was kind of aggravating to the point of the relevant conversation you're having right now. That I thought, I have to get this 4-year degree so that I somehow have the piece of paper like the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz. Oh, Oz gave me a brain. Because I had my first, I was already doing radio and a little like cable access station. I loved it. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. So to Greg's point, I think it is frustrating that you feel like, I have to have this for people to respect me.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, I will say one thing I'll point out when you talked about work experience, I was blessed enough to have a bunch of internships and professional experience early on as a teenager. Nowadays, after the Supreme Court ruling that happened, and I forget when it happened, 15 years ago, that said all interns have to be paid.
Yeah.
That, I know that's a good thing, but on the other hand, it had a chilling effect.
I agree with you because that's how honestly, I went to college just to get the internship to go to work at a radio station.
Yeah.
That's really the only reason I went to college.
Well, we had college interns at the old sports station I was at 10 years ago, and they were unpaid, and eventually it ended, but it was some of the best learning you can get because you were legitimately basically an associate producer on a live radio show, and you're getting thrown right into the fire.
That must have been right when it ended because of the ruling.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I want to say 2013, 2014, because all of a sudden I one day I'm like I only had one producer doing the night show, and I was like, where are the interns at? And they were like, oh, that's over, bro. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and the other
more on you then.
And the other thing, and Pat Croce locally has talked about this and written about this. The other piece of it is, let's say you're a student in a community college, you don't have great grades because you're not book smart necessarily, but you're a performer. And that's Pat Croce. He talks about it. He's so inspirational. But he says, look, if that had happened to me going through, I never would have had any work experience.
Yep. Very interesting.
To change all this.
Chris Forsyth on the YouTube chat says, I don't think they have a drunk YouTube guy degree, but I could teach that class.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, he could charge the maximum for sure. 855.
Carissa wants to know if that applies to just broadcasting interns or all interns. I think it's all
interns.
No unpaid labor.
They decided that it was too cruel what we were doing to them by them getting life and work experience. So
Crazy.
they're like, well, we need to be paid. It's like, well, okay. I mean,
and then it ended.
And then it ended.
Like,
you're not an indentured servant.
know.
And you're not here for life.
I know.
You get some experience.
Like one semester, maybe two.
You meet some people.
Yeah.
And you say, hey, my, can you hire me at the end of my semester?
It's networking. It's making contacts.
Oh yeah, you get because you're in that. For me, it was KSTP in Minneapolis. That's why they nicknamed me the Little Mary Tyler Moore, because here I was this little teenage, 19-year-old, in college, and in an actual newsroom, and I was so excited, and I was field producing for the anchors and doing everything, and it was so exhilarating. But you're in there rubbing shoulders with professionals at the top levels.
Yeah.
And so they love you. They're going to give you references. And, it's an awesome experience.
You can't put a price tag on that.
You really
well
can't.
Said.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yep.
It's just, I get it. There were places I'm sure that abuse interns. I get it. You know what I mean? But it just seems like we took a really, really good thing, a really positive thing, a really thing that could help people, and we turned it into something bad. And then they're like, "Well, no more for you. You get nothing."
It ends just
Sorry.
like that.
And it's just, it's a shame that it went like that, because I got so much good experience being an intern.
I agree.
I literally started as an intern and worked my way up to program director. I mean, it's like I have a storied radio career, and I owe it all to, that internship that I got in 2000 and whatever it was, 2.
Yeah, there you go. 855-839-1210. The number will come back, put a bow on the final hour. Third GOP debate ratings are in. How did they do on NBC? Not so well. We'll give you the details. And also, Tim Scott, he has revealed his mystery girlfriend at the third Republican debate. What do we make of this story? We're back after this. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
Baked lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, percitelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old-world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento, for taste that sings. Cento, trust your family with our family.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Introducing new AmeriHealth Medicare Advantage plans for New Jersey. The Medicare annual enrollment period runs through December 7th. Now is the perfect time to think about the benefits you need in a Medicare Advantage plan. AmeriHealth has helped protect New Jersey residents for nearly 30 years. It's a great feeling to have a health plan that takes care of you. From a company you trust. A health plan for everyone. Get your Medicare questions answered. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/2024 today.
Cozy Jewelers isn't an ordinary jeweler. They create beautiful, one-of-a-kind heirlooms designed to stay in your family for generations. So for something extra special for your anniversary, or just because, choose Cozy. With over a century of combined experience, Cozy Jewelers artisans know every piece and moment should be magical. Before you buy off the shelf, experience handcrafted custom jewelry from local specialists with the 5 C's of diamonds: cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. COZZIJewelers.com.
Oh, I'm just picturing this, sipping that limoncello from my hotel balcony. Won't you join me? We'll savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. Dreaming of this, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the beautiful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours, the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii. Of course, we'll have enough time to see all the great sites, the ancient sites in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, oh, the wineries, tasting sessions galore. Hey, the group dining events they're known for are legendary. Just ask my friends Dom and Ro Giordano. 5267, yeah, 5267, including your nonstop airfare while supplies last. You can go to conservativetours.com, scroll down, see my picture. Yes, my husband Larry Menti, my sons, Michael and David, the teen boys are going. Trip of a lifetime for us and hopefully for you too. If you have questions, you can call toll-free 888-733-9494. And by the way, we'll find out together why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia, because it's Italy's best-kept secret. This is where the locals go. Charming villages, unspoiled, picturesque, authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Come on, let's do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 6:50 on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, as you will certainly want to be on YouTube throughout the show today. A couple of visuals to explore. But there's really nothing left to explore when it comes to these Republican primary debates. We were interested in the first one, and then the second one took a dip, and the one we watched just 2 nights ago took a big nosedive. So the ratings are in, and it's a trend. I think Americans have seen enough. They've heard enough. They've made their choice. The polls are matching the ratings. It's undeniable. It's Trump's party. He will be the nominee from the Republican side of things. And if they do have a fourth televised debate, which they will, I expect it to be even lower than this one. So how bad was it? Well, it was the worst one to date. I'll go from top to bottom. So we had the debate in late August that was on Fox News. That got 12.8 million total viewers and 2.8 million viewers in the, I always love this, the coveted key demographic of 25 to 54.
It's not really coveted anymore.
Oh, it's not?
No.
That's what they love to say.
Well, here's the one interesting fact about that. There's an article in the Wall Street Journal about a month ago about how, you know who has the most disposable income these days? Older people.
The 35 to 64 crowd?
No, the 54 plus crowd.
The 54 to the Dianne Feinstein
are the ones with the most disposable income. Like 25-year-olds don't have any disposable income. None.
Some would say some 39-year-olds don't either.
So what used to be true as the coveted 25 to 54 demo,
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot more ad agencies getting away from that. Sorry.
No, you're fine. So 12.8 million total viewers in August, 2.8 million in the 25 to 54 demo. Then we come back a month later in September from 12.8 million to 9.3 million, and from 2.8 million to 1.8 million. And then Wednesday night, 6.86 million total viewers.
Oh, man.
And just barely over 1 million viewers in the 25 to 54 slot.
And that was on network,
NBC, Channel 10.
Network TV. Wow.
Channel 10.
For what that's worth anymore.
Yes.
I mean,
that is,
wow.
I mean, you're going from 12 million to 9 million to 6 million. Dawn, you mentioned this. The fourth one is coming up. I think you threw out either dates or locations or networks or.
It's in Alabama.
Oh, that's right.
I said this yesterday. It's December 6th. Megyn Kelly, News Nation.
Oh my God.
They're the ones that are going to be hosting this at the University of Alabama.
Now think about this. If you are a Republican, you never put on News Nation, right? Like, you don't watch CNN and MSNBC, much less News Nation. News Nation is the lowest rated of the three. I got to be honest. It's like March Madness. Like, where's True TV? How do I find True TV, that channel? There's going to be people, the few people that want to watch this coming up are going to have no idea where News Nation is on their cable or satellite or streaming provider.
They're teaming with the CW.
So they won't be able to find that channel either. The CW.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the CW since I was in high school when they had seven. What was that show?
Seventh Heaven.
Yeah, I almost said 7-Eleven. Seventh Heaven on that channel.
You watched Seventh Heaven?
Well, I did with my girlfriend. It was like kind of a guy and girl thing.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Too much transparency. I get it.
Take away your man card.
It was gone a long time ago, brother. So think about
He's
that.
surrounded by girls.
I
He has
am.
a wife and
I am.
two girls.
Raised by my mom more than my dad. Then I have a girlfriend when I'm 12 until I'm 40, and I got twin girls.
I think the father on that show, Seventh Heaven, was kind of a creep.
Yeah, he was a pedophile, I think. Yeah, he was a little creepy guy.
In real life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Jessica Biel ended up marrying Timberlake.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go.
I guess since I don't have all the facts in front of me, I guess we should say allegedly, but
No, he was into
right.
some weird. Yeah, it's kind of out there.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
But news
That went to a dark place.
It did. Yeah. So News Nation and the CW. I mean, and then we've also seen the dwindling of candidates. We had 8 guys and females on the stage in the first debate, 7 in the second one, 5 now. I mean, I guess we'll talk about it because it's our job. But if you thought that was painful, and by the way, maybe the biggest winner of all, short of whether you think it was Vivek or Nikki, I saw a lot of people that are definitely conservatives that were giving a fair evaluation of Lester Holt and Kristen Welker.
Yes.
Like, a lot of people said it was fair. They didn't try to steamroll anybody. They weren't overly aggressive in the fact-checking, so to speak. And I thought, by and large, that was pretty accurate, other than the fact that Vivek went after Welker.
I will say this, though. It was, what did they leave out? Did they ask a lot about the economy? Did they ask about education? Did they ask about the southern border?
Right.
So it's bias by omission.
True.
It was a lot of foreign policy stuff.
Yeah, like
war stuff.
And
yeah.
I will say, Hugh Hewitt, I enjoyed some of his. He was going for a certain, very specific piece of information.
Mm-hmm.
Although, as a wonky kind of person, I enjoyed all that stuff about the submarines and this and that. The truth is, what are the kitchen table issues? Did they ask about those?
Right.
No, they didn't. They never asked about crime. They never asked about the southern border. They never asked anything. Did they say how they'd fix the economy, really? Or ask that? I mean,
no.
They didn't get to that
the
stuff.
candidates pretty much had to rattle that off on their own.
Yeah.
Well, Vivek did talk about. Yeah, they did talk about.
But did they ask about it?
Remember, that's what he talked about, the zero line item mission, or the zero
budget.
With the budgeting?
Zero budget, yeah. So they did ask about it.
Yeah. I just, by and large now, I've seen 3. I don't need to see anymore. I know everything about every candidate that you need to know. I feel like pretty much every topic, unless there's a new developing story, like obviously, the Israel-Hamas conflict, October 7th is when it begins. So August and September's debate did not include that. This one obviously should have, based on, the chronological order of current events. But I got to tell you, that fourth one will be absolutely painful. I'd be willing to bet that doesn't even get... I mean, News Nation, I can't imagine any of their shows, any of their time slots garner more than 400,000 or 500,000 viewers. So what are they going to get for a primary that nobody can find?
400 or 500,000, like, that's being very generous.
Is that being generous?
Oh my God!
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I'm guessing News Nation on their primetime shows might get 100,000, maybe.
Oh my God.
Maybe.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, there you go.
I'm going to send you something if you want to play it on your cut sheet, where Lester Holt talked about turning on pipelines, and Senator Tim Scott schools him on it.
Okay.
I don't know that they asked a lot of great questions, prodding questions about the economy.
So you wanted more of a deeper dive into certain things?
I think most people do.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. I'll send you some stuff, and we can.
All right. We'll also get to Tim Scott's girlfriend. And speaking of Tim Scott, like Tim Scott, the biggest takeaway from Wednesday night for Tim Scott was that he's actually dating somebody. So I think it's time for Tim Scott to just maybe check out officially. But
allegedly, reportedly dating somebody.
Yeah. Some 58-year-old. I've been told that she's a lovely Christian gal. Is the quote I'm looking at right here in the New York
Oh, that's
Post.
very nice of him.
Very nice of him. Yes, nice at 58 to finally have a female companion in your life. All right, so we'll get to that on the other side and a lot more, including, are Republicans tired of all the losing? It's an article in the Wall Street Journal. It's a simple question. I think it's a simple answer, but the nuance and the detail into it is pretty fascinating. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2 is next. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready for the most wonderful time of year with Christmas in the Air, a first-class Broadway-style spectacular that's festive fun for the whole family. This snow globe come to life dazzles with a cast of high-kicking Rockette-style dancers performing alongside magical holiday characters. November 24th through December 24th at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. It's football season. One of the big questions, are the Birds going to get another ring? Well, I don't know the answer to that one, but if you have a woman in your life that is looking for her own ring and you want to give it to her, I can tell you the answer of where to get it from is Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. The only place I recommend to visit for your engagement ring, wedding band, whatever it is you may need. With the largest inventory in the area and, of course, great prices. Family & Company Jewelers, they're South Jersey's diamond destination and also available online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Ben Salem, tell your smart speaker play 1210 WPHT.
Standing on a corner at midnight, trying to get my courage up.
Kayal & Company, 7:01. We always have our courage up on this program. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet? You're going to find out coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also, some really good stories that we're going to get to. Yesterday, Joe Manchin announcing that he will not seek re-election. So the Senate is up for grabs, and we'll see if Republicans can find a way to bungle that one as well. And also, the Washington Post and NBC News getting dealt with by the people on social media. NBC News getting fact-checked by the public on Twitter over the claims that Ron DeSantis made about sending over that airplane and bringing people back from the Middle East. NBC News tried to fact check DeSantis, and then they got community noted by the folks on Twitter, which is always a fascinating thing. And also, there's a cartoon in the Washington Post. It was really a cartoon depiction of a Hamas terrorist, and they removed it because people were claiming it was racist. We will get to that this morning as well, so there'll be a visual for that. So get on over to YouTube. But right now, let's get some news. Round number 2 on this Friday morning at 7:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal & Company News Live. We are at 49 degrees on this Friday, November 10th, and we are sponsored by Consumer Cellular. In the news this morning, We talked about the big breakup at 6 a.m. of that shop that was discovered, and looking at what appears to be a very sophisticated crime ring. So I'll talk about another possible crime ring that is being investigated, and this is on the main line of Philadelphia. Lower Merion Township Police announcing that they're investigating this string of what they call brazen break-ins on the main line and beyond. So at least 13 home burglaries happening within the past less than, 60 days or less over the past couple of weeks. And it seems to be, escalating. Victims reporting stolen jewelry, cash, electronics stolen, with their homes being burglarized, and including some burglaries just this week. So police putting out this warning saying this is a professional organized group, and they believe the group is from South America. This from Lower Merion Township Police. So more than one group, and more than one group, actually. So multiple sophisticated crime rings, and this is the concern. So they're saying they don't want any homeowner to confront or have an encounter with them. So they're just trying to put the warning out.
Okay.
If you come in your house and you think somebody's in there, just get out. So they're generally, these burglars, they don't want any trouble. They want to get in and out, which is why they usually will scope the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they're asking even to coordinate with people like dog walkers who might have better kind of eyes and ears on the community. If you see something, call 911. And they're also saying they're trying to work through the fact that the burglary ring takes advantage of the fact that maybe even if you have an alarm system, that's not the deterrent, because they know exactly how many minutes they have from the time your alarm goes off.
Yeah.
So that's another issue.
Do they know how many people it is?
We're looking at dozens.
Wow. And they're from South America?
They're from South America. So cartels, they're not saying that. I'm asking, is it a cartel? But they're looking at Villanova, Gladwin, Bryn Mawr, Penn Valley. They're asking residents to check your surveillance cameras regularly, just in essence, maybe they hit your neighbor's house, make sure that the cameras are working. So this is, I think, how they've been figuring this out, through the surveillance, through those front doorbell type, cameras that are helpful. But they do look for people when they leave for the weekend. Maybe they got a place in the Poconos, but they've also hit in other areas, including Abington.
It's funny because, Nick, a lot of those areas, a lot of the people that live in those areas have the "hate has no home here" sign, and I'm sure a lot of them, too, they would welcome.
Absolutely.
We're a melting pot.
That's correct.
The Statue of Liberty.
We're like a Motel 6. Come on in.
Open the southern border.
Yes.
It's fine. No
Vacancies.
problem.
Yep.
No problem. Then all of a sudden, their houses are getting robbed.
I know, and they're triggered.
Interesting.
As they should be.
Interesting.
Maybe you should listen to us all along.
Yeah.
So the police wanted to put out the warning to say people need to make sure your doors are locked and have your cameras up and running. But they're also meeting with trying to basically recruit community members like the dog walkers, for example, or people who, let's say your neighbor is going to their place in the Poconos or down the shore or whatever, or away for the holidays, because now we're ahead of Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? And I think they're really trying to step this up to warn people. Before you leave the house for Thanksgiving, get somebody to stay in your house, watch your house, etc.
Yeah, we're only 7 weeks out from the year being over, basically.
Gosh.
To your point with this story, we've been talking about how people check out earlier and earlier each year for every holiday. They stretch it to a 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend, or they take the whole week off. So, you're going to have people that are going to be out of commission for 7 to 10 days with Thanksgiving, and then probably every bit of 2 weeks around Christmas and New Year's. So now's the time to ramp this up for sure, because it's ripe for the picking with people being out of their properties.
Yeah, well said. We've been talking about the fact that we have Mayor-elect Sherelle Parker. She will be sworn in on January 2nd, on Tuesday, January 2nd, after the Big Mummers Parade, January 1st, and she's excited for that. She held her first official news conference as mayor-elect of Philadelphia, 100th mayor, first woman mayor as well. So she didn't really talk about the glass ceiling or anything of that nature. She was very complimentary to current and outgoing Mayor Jim Kenney, but announcing that she's promising to move quickly as she gets the best and the brightest. And as well, they had a last-minute recruitment push I want to tell you about, and that was actually yesterday afternoon. So it was actually mid-morning, she held this big news conference, very ambitious, and her transition team, a lot of people involved in that one, what different departments she'll create. But then yesterday afternoon, they did a big push for a last-minute recruitment to get police, because we've been talking about this for a while. We are way down, and you have to put in for your retirement ahead of time.
Yep.
And so they did confirm yesterday that deficit of 1,095 officers.
Yes.
And so that's something I know that CBS 3's Joe Holden, and you had sent us this last night.
Yep.
Saying, oh, this is an exclusive. Well, Joe Holden must listen to us because we've been saying this for a while.
Yep.
We've been counting from 800, but the truth is that nearly 1,100 number, as we've been reporting during all of our interviews we've been talking about this. They know already that deficit already looks more like 1,400.
Yep.
Because they know about every day more officers are retiring.
I'm looking at the digital graphic that CBS Philadelphia posted. This is the one I sent you guys last night. So in 2008, Philadelphia Police Department staffing 6,846, so 6,800. 8 years later, 2016, 6,383, so just under 6,400. It's about a 500 officer decline. 2020, they lost another 100 down to 6,218. 2021, 5,879. That's a 400 officer fall off. I would love to know what it is today. I mean, is it below 5,879? I mean, are we in the 5,500 area?
I believe so, and by January 1st, it'll be. That's the fear.
Yep.
That it's every single day. And how many times have officers, they're messaging us, we're talking to them in the community, they're calling in, they can't wait for retirement.
I wonder why. Wonder what that's about.
Yeah, I wish CBS 3 would have put up their graphic and then shown in real time the streets of Philadelphia, officers being assaulted.
Yeah.
Show officers being, persecuted by Krasner, right?
Yep.
All the things that were going on,
right?
The disrespect, defund the police, and show those numbers as. I mean, wouldn't you want to retire?
Well, I mean, think about it. How difficult is it to fill a job vacancy when everybody advertises the position as toxic?
Yeah.
Who wants to sign up for that? And for what they get paid, and for the risks they take? No, thank you. I'll do something else.
Yeah, so the interim police commissioner, who I think is well liked, John Stanford. So Sherelle Parker is saying the next commissioner, they're doing this national search. He did speak out about the importance of recruiting, and they're doing this push. But Sherelle Parker said she will name her commissioner before Thanksgiving. We've been talking about that. So will it be John Stanford? She said it would be somebody that would be respected by the ranks. So maybe, so we'll see.
I would just like somebody that's a believer and has the authority to execute law and order. That's what I'm looking for. Respect is cool, but I'd like to actually see our laws enforced.
So he basically yesterday was saying he's applying for the job. He hopes to stay in the job, but he's being humble.
Yep.
And so she was announcing, members of her talent search group. They're working with the city to fill a lot of different subcommittee jobs as well. Commerce, economic development, education, environmental stability, health and human services, housing infrastructure, public safety, so on and so forth. So if any of you want to apply, it's transition2023.org.
Okay.
And then you can click on it. It's a very slick website. Meet Sherelle, and people can apply. There are a lot of jobs. These are pretty good jobs, too, I might say.
Okay.
So as we, Kayal and Company News Live here, a lot happening. I'll just remind you that yesterday in Germany, and this was Kristallnacht, the 85-year commemoration of that night of broken glass in Nazi Germany. So they had held many commemorations last night. And during this time, when you think about what's happening in our society, I think it's relevant as people in Germany and locally as well, thinking about Kristallnacht back in Nazi Germany, etc., and then thinking about what we're enduring in real time with all of the anti-Semitism and the heightened nature of it.
Right. And we're going to get to a story speaking about Israel. Some of the stuff that was going on with these journalists over in the Middle East with the CNN and the Associated Press. This is not a good look for some of these legacy establishments. We'll get to that.
And so we are sponsored this morning by Consumer Cellular, offering unlimited talk and text on every plan, starting at $20 a month. Stay connected in the rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage. No contract, free activation. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Thank you, Consumer Cellular. They talked about sleet. Well, we're not going to have sleet. We're not going to have snow, but we will have rain in the NBC 10 First Alert forecast. The high today, just the low 50s. It won't even feel like that. Raw and rainy, and that rain begins not a washout, not heavy rain, but sprinkles and soft showers, I'll say, starting about 10 o'clock this morning. So kind of a dreary, drizzly, gray, raw, rainy Friday for you, especially during the day. But we do have a bright weekend ahead and a lot of sunshine. So 59 degrees and bright sunshine tomorrow. Saturday, definitely the better day. And then Sunday, we dip down to 49-ish, 50-ish. So Sunday, still sunny, but cooler as we think about a lot of Veterans Day commemorations that are happening for your Saturday for tomorrow, November 11th. And happy birthday to Patrick Zioli. He was born on Veterans Day, so appropriately.
How old now? 8, 7?
So I just can't believe he's such a big boy.
Yeah.
I think he's already taller than Rich. I'm kidding.
Is he taller than DeSantis?
And to the happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps as well.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
280 something years.
Okay.
That's today, right?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Marine Corps. So
200 and what? 287?
Lots to celebrate.
Yeah.
287, yeah.
Okay. So Patrick Zioli's already taller than DeSantis and Rich. Very interesting. He's going to have me beaten another year. I'm like the tallest short guy in the circus.
Yeah, you're right. The Marine Corps today, 248th.
Oh, 248. Right? Okay.
248, right?
Yeah.
Today, the 10th, but tomorrow's Veterans Day.
All right.
All right. That's Kayal and Company News Live.
All right. Coming up next, Tim Scott, mystery girlfriend, come on down. Ivanka Trump's getting work done. Greg, put your hard hat on. I'm going to get my helmet. Dawn will be throwing stuff at us for the next 15 minutes as we continue live on this Friday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. What a perfect time to sign up for FanDuel this weekend. With the Birds on a bye, you can put a little money on the game and watch games that you actually don't care about, but you'll have some interest in because you have a little skin in the game. I'm putting my money on San Francisco this weekend over Jacksonville, the money line. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. All you have to do is sign up right now at FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Don't forget that /Greg right now. By the way, I know this is a NFL ad, but tonight the Sixers and Pistons. How about this three-leg same-game parlay? Joel Embiid to score 25-plus points. Cade Cunningham to score 25-plus points. And Joel Embiid to score the first basket. A $10 wager right now on this wins $211. I'm just saying, if you want to do the NBA as well. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, and is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA, first online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager. Hang on. This is going to end in 1 second here. Hang on. There we go. 21 and over, President PA, first online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. I'm doing a lot here. Doing live reads, running the board. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Lease a 2023 BMW X3 for $589 per month. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
It's Chip Snapper's Tap Room.
By the way, the girls on the avenue wanted me to let you know that even though the Phillies didn't go all the way this year, they will, and it'll only cost you about $11.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater Saturday, November 18th for 2 shows, 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Confidence is super high this fall in Philadelphia sports, and I'm going to tell you why you should be super confident getting your car serviced at United Tire. Quality, the best in the business. Expertise, technicians who excel at their craft. Owners on site with 20 years experience and tremendous customer service. Now is the time for you to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. For locations and information, go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit NJDiet.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
At least 45% of all housing in the Gaza Strip has been damaged or destroyed by Israeli bombardment, according to the UN. 4 county elections offices in Washington state were evacuated Wednesday after they received envelopes containing suspicious powders, including 2 that field tested positive for fentanyl. Feminist publication Jezebel is shutting down after 16 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
With food prices going up, it's hard to decide on what to buy and where to buy. If you're looking for a way to stretch your food dollars, look no further than your neighborhood grocery outlet. We have the name brands you love for 40 to 70% less than regular grocery stores. Our stores are locally owned and operated by people in your community, so we understand the challenges you are facing. Stop by your local grocery outlet today for deals you won't believe.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
We know you're excited because Eagles football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Hear Marks and Reese break down the offense, or listen to Nick Sirianni's interview with the 94 WIP Morning Show.
Yeah, I've been in a game where we scored a touchdown, and I'm fist pumping with the fans. I don't think I've done that since I played college football.
Stay close to the Eagles wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time.
7:22, it's Kayal and Company as we are rolling live here on a Friday morning. What's on the cut sheet? Just about 20 minutes out. It's going to be a very good edition. Some say the best edition of the week. I think Mondays are pretty good as well.
Yeah.
Even though we got to hear from the talking heads on mainstream media on the Sunday shows, Mondays and Fridays usually the best, unless Kamala makes a midweek appearance. 855-839-1210, the phone number. So get to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Make Stalker happy.
Please.
And then we're going to make Dawn mad. So we're going to break down some tape here. This is like going into an NFL film room here. You've got Stalker. You've got myself. Dawn is going to... Well, I don't know what Dawn's going to do. This is going to be good radio. So Tim Scott, we've wondered for a while because, when you're a politician, a talk show host, anybody really in the public spotlight, everybody's always really focused on the things that really shouldn't matter. Like, it's really about your substance, your policy, your content, things like that. But everybody always wants to know about your personal life.
Sure.
And Tim Scott has finally revealed, we saw a few nights ago, his mystery girlfriend at the third Republican debate. I believe Natasha is actually doing video today. So you got Dawn behind Greg right now if you're looking on your radio dial from left to right. So Dawn could actually wipe out Stalker right now if she wanted to. If she wanted to come through the windshield.
I would never do that.
She could kill him. And Natasha.
Somebody commented, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Nick, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Somebody commented the other day, Nick, that when you and I were debating something, you were looking at me and they think that you despise me.
Really?
Yeah.
That Dawn despises Greg.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because
I love Greg Stalker.
Because the way you were looking at me, because we were having a heated discussion about something.
That's right.
Oh, that's funny.
And somebody commented on that like she despises Greg. I'm like,
wow. I love Greg.
I hope not.
Okay.
Anyway,
we've been through a lot together. We've known each other a long time. But no, I'm passionate. So he caught my look.
That's right.
My killer look.
Strong woman over there.
That my husband knows well.
That's correct.
Like the look.
Yes.
Why is the poll question, does Nick despise Greg? It should be
because nobody's listening in the back.
Does Dawn despise Greg? That's okay. That's not what I wanted to discuss here.
Maybe I identify as Nick.
That's correct. You can identify as anything you want in this day and age. And Natasha's behind me, behind the wall, and you can't see her, but if she could come through the wall and hit me in the head, she probably would as well.
Yeah.
So Tim Scott, we've got the YouTube up. Natasha, if you could, Natasha, Anthony, whoever actually is doing it back there, let's go with the picture of Tim Scott's mystery girlfriend revealed. She is apparently been in a relationship with Mr. Scott for about a year and identified by his campaign as Mindy Noce, N-O-C-E, Noce, no, something like that. Mindy, N-O-C-E. And they were on stage after the debate, and they posed together for a photo. Tim Scott's girlfriend is a Charleston-based design and renovation consultant. So I already despise her. I hate consultants. And the mom of 3 kids, according to an online bio.
She's beautiful.
Yes, and she's also 58. Tim Scott, I just checked during the break, is also 58 years old.
Blonde woman.
I would say this. I think Tim Scott absolutely outkicked his coverage here.
Absolutely. Although at 58, Dawn, he can't really have that nice blonde hair, but just, that's just me being petty. Unless you're me, of course. But
poll question: who's got the better blonde hair, Stalker or Mindy?
She's beautiful.
I would say a 10 out of 10 for Tim Scott.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying she's a 10 out of 10, but for Tim Scott.
Wow, look at that picture.
Very pretty lady.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Yeah,
see?
Beautiful.
Patience is a virtue.
Yeah.
Tim Scott's waited almost 6 decades to have a good time with a female.
Now, we're just talking here, and I'm just reading comments. Mike Carr, I don't endorse this comment, but he says his beard.
Whose beard?
Nick doesn't understand.
I know.
I'm like the
the beard would be, let me just, some of the headlines from the LGBTQ plus publications, let's say, are questioning this one and saying that after the swirl of gay rumors, those are some headlines.
Yeah.
And I don't see this in necessarily mainstream media, but in pretty much all the gay publications, they've basically said, hey, he's one of us.
Oh.
And so those rumors... Mm-hmm.
So then this sound drop I'm about to play is applicable.
I have a full mustache and beard.
So what they're claiming in some of those LGBTQ plus publications, they're claiming that when the gay rumors started to get louder, all of a sudden he shows up with the girlfriend. That's what their suggestion is.
Okay.
Now he said that she's a nice Christian girl.
Nice.
And remember that back in the 90s.
I mean, she's probably a freak in the bedroom.
Right.
Oh, jeez.
And oh, by the way, I have no interest in touching her.
Back in the 90s, he described himself as a proud adult virgin when he was 30-ish.
Yeah.
And he's a real mama's boy because remember after the debate just this week.
He mentioned her like 3 times.
And then she came up and she was the first one to take a picture. So he's a mama's boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is lovely.
The only other thing I will suggest to you is that in today's world, it's irksome to African American women when a successful black guy dates a gorgeous blonde.
1,000%.
Now,
a lot of people are turned off by that.
Well, especially women.
Yes.
Like this is what women like. Oh, great.
Right.
And so, but I will say she's his age.
Yeah.
So that helps.
Yeah.
But she's still a white blonde woman.
Yeah. Like Tim Scott can do whatever he wants in his personal life, whether this is a cover up or this is the real thing. I think for what it's worth, she's very attractive.
Well, let me ask you this, because Nick had the best line yesterday when Dawn brought this up. Has he kissed her yet?
Stop.
No is minus 150 on FanDuel if you want to wager on whether or not Tim Scott's ever had a kiss from a female. But good for Tim Scott. Look, if he is one of these, one of these guys that was saving himself for marriage, God bless him. I bailed on that at 16.
I'm just thinking of the listener right now who's listening to us and just being like, "You guys are so superficial."
I know. I like Tim Scott. Tim Scott's a great guy. I think Tim Scott's a very good senator.
The 1210 WPHD poll on YouTube right now: has Tim Scott kissed his girlfriend? That's not right. Come on.
I mean, we just go from talking.
Juvenile.
We go from talking about the most serious subjects to the most juvenile stuff.
We did 2 weeks, at least more of Israel.
I know. Can we get it back to Israel Hamas?
I need a day where we can just be superficial. Can you just give that to me, please?
And by the way, did New Jersey Senator Cory Booker ever marry Rosario Dawson?
He's another one too.
Yep. So there you go. That is Tim Scott's girlfriend, Mindy Noci, 58 years old, South Carolina business owner, mom of 3 kids, and she's still looking for kiss number 1 from Tim.
You don't know that.
Does it say how long they've been together?
Well, about a year.
He says about a year. He says.
Yep.
Wow.
And so she came.
Met her from a friend at church.
So
that's nice.
Yeah. Sunday mass. You have a nice Arnold Palmer afterwards with some Caesar salad, and then he ran into Mindy. And they hit it off.
Look, I admire both of them and their values because I have none.
I agree.
I am not religious, so I'm going to hell. I understand that. Like, it's all good. I'm not mocking anybody.
No.
We're just having a little fun with this.
What I would say about it is that because I actually have a relative who was a confirmed bachelor, and he actually didn't get married until he was well into his 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And he and his wife but he married a younger woman because he wanted kids.
Yep.
And they popped out a few beautiful kids.
Mm-hmm.
But he always had girlfriends.
Yeah.
The difference with Tim Scott and the reason that the rumors were swirling was that he never, nobody really saw a girlfriend. Now, maybe he just kept his private life private. I have no idea.
Right.
He would have been, didn't they say that no unmarried person has ever been the president?
The last president not to be married is 139 years ago. I don't know who that was, but 139 years ago. So for all you presidential historical scholars.
Tony, you guys are so superficial. Yes, I know, Tony.
Yeah.
We started that with the disclaimer on this, saying this is going to be a very superficial segment. If you don't like it.
Just wait till we get to Ivanka next segment.
Boy, Dawn is going to.
I'm just going to say this. Even though you might think this is superficial, the truth is it matters.
Oh, yes.
The fact that he is a bachelor just in and of itself matters to voters.
Right.
I'm sorry, but people look at your family. They look at your life. They want to know.
Yep.
And so, does this girlfriend hurt or help? I don't have the answer.
No, and to your point, what were you going to say, Greg? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say it doesn't matter. He's not going to be president anymore.
Right.
That's true.
And you know, a lot of people, sometimes they wait to get married and have kids until their career is absolutely locked in, set in stone. I had a friend who was a talk show host. He started in Allentown. He was from New York. Then he got to, I think he went to Las Vegas, Detroit, finally came back home, so to speak, when he went to New York City, then went out to the Bay Area, and then came back home again, and he's an Odyssey employee. He does sports, and he's back in New York. And he waited until he was 43 to get married, 45 to have kids, and I think he's 49 now, because working in radio, it can be a very volatile industry.
You think?
Yeah. So he wanted to make sure he was absolutely set in his career before he had to pick up the family and ship them off here and ship them off there. He's done the opposite of Nick Kayal. There you go. All right, coming up next, if you thought we were superficial for the last 11 minutes, you better buckle up.
What?
Ivanka Trump, you get box number 4, and you come up next here on Kayal and Company. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. You know, this is a tremendous group to deal with, a tremendous group to do business with, to partner with. And one of the things that I really, really was blown away by was, and look, they've let me sample so many awesome SUVs, high-end SUVs that, were pipe dreams for me to afford on a lease financially. I took the Honda Ridgeline truck because I've really grown into a truck-type person. But the electric vehicle that I sampled 2 weeks ago yesterday, unbelievable. At the Hyundai location in Westchester. It's the 2024 Ioniq 5 fully electric. And I'm sure you're probably like, oh, electric vehicles. Okay, but with a full charge, you get 303 miles of range. It will charge from 10% battery all the way back up to 80% in a mere 12 to 15 minutes. And the thing that I was blown away by was, first of all, the technology. It legitimately, like my dashboard, I thought it was just a bunch of iPads. I'd never seen anything like it. But what caught me off guard when I went out of the parking lot was the power. 320 horsepower. That is stronger than my Honda Ridgeline truck, and it's an EV. Go figure. And also, the one thing that Hyundai's been great for many, many years, they're America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. We know Piazza, 17 different brands, 35 locations. But if you're into technology and you like the electric concept, check out this vehicle. I promise you, you're going to be blown away by it, especially with the oomph that it has. And it will catch you off guard. PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
This holiday season, give cheers to whiskeys worth knowing. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, America's oldest registered distillery, is aged and handcrafted, toasted and charred new American white oak barrels. Also impress your guests with the award-winning Woodford Reserve, a perfectly balanced bourbon that comprises more than 200 distinguishable flavor notes. Visit your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store to pick up both of these whiskeys on sale through the holidays. Cheers to whiskeys worth knowing. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, Pennsylvania, we need a talented team of thinkers, hard workers, innovators, protectors, and doers to power our Commonwealth forward. Are you ready to join the team?
NDOT is now hiring for equipment operators, mechanics, inspectors, and engineers. Jobs with great state benefits, generous time off, and room to grow. Apply online today at employment.pa.gov. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
If you have Medicare plan questions and are turning 65 and getting inundated by mail-in phone calls, learn the A, B, C, and D's of Medicare. Let the Senior Store answer all of your questions. Get your free evaluation today by visiting the Enrollment Center. Call a local Senior Store licensed agent at 877-U-LEARN-65 or by setting up an in-home visit. That's 877-U-LEARN-65 or visit theseniorstore.com. Enrollment starts October 15th. Not affiliated with the U.S. government or federal Medicare program.
Life can get hectic. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 741, live here on this Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up in just about 4 minutes. Also this morning, our morning mystery movie clip. Another chance at a great prize. We'll tell you about that as that comes up at 9:20 this morning. We'll get to the Ivanka stuff in a little bit because we are pressed for time. Cut sheet in a few minutes. So I just saw this story, and I was actually meaning to get to this a few days ago. And this is actually a good point to bring it up because we're getting close to Thanksgiving, and people are going to be, checking out earlier and earlier every year. I actually think people, and I'm actually going to be guilty of this as well, I'm taking the actual week of Thanksgiving off, not just doing like Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then taking the 4-day weekend, but taking the full week off. And I've been on record saying this since probably July or August. I said right when we get back to school, don't be surprised if when we come out of the first break of the calendar year of the fall that you're going to see mask mandates returning. And we're getting close to that with Thanksgiving, obviously with Christmas as well. And the mask mandates are coming back, and they are starting out in the West again, out in California, where everything bad starts and just seeps its way across the country and lands in New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and places like that. So starting just 2 days ago on Wednesday, several counties in Northern California have reinstated mask mandates in hospitals, nursing homes, and other healthcare settings. That's just the beginning. I believe you will see this at the school level here in the Philadelphia area. I'd be willing to bet if you don't get it coming out of Thanksgiving, you will get it coming out of Christmas and or New Year's. This had previously been rumored, but it has officially taken place this week in far-left Marin and Santa Clara counties in California. Those rules apply not just to employees, but to anyone entering those facilities. Contra Costa, Alameda, San Mateo, and Sonoma counties are set to punish all healthcare workers with masking yet again, though it won't require the public to mask just yet. So and you know what? If it's starting in California with the healthcare system, would not surprise me if you start to see that again at the healthcare system. Actually, I would say this. If I had to make a bet in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia specifically, in our greater listening area, what is more likely, mask mandates in the healthcare settings or the schools? I think I would lean the healthcare system over the schools as far as that happening first.
Well, I mean, like, I agree with the schools, but what's the problem with them in healthcare systems? Right? I mean, shouldn't you would want doctors and stuff like that wearing masks, don't you? I mean, I do.
Do they work?
Well, I would say in a healthcare setting, the people who wear them correctly, I mean, we all became mask experts.
Yeah.
So they're wearing the proper KN95 type of a mask, and they're a healthcare professional. So if they're wearing it, then they know how to pinch it. You have to have it on properly.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're doing that in a healthcare center, I feel bad for some of the employees who hate it.
Yeah.
But a healthcare setting, to Greg's point, if it's contained to that and they have some infectious diseases, that's okay.
I had to do one of the follow-ups for my physical yesterday, and when I signed in and gave them my card and my insurance, even the and I don't know that it was mandated, but because there were certainly other people up front that didn't have them on. But one lady that was just taking my basic information and having me fill out the packet of paperwork or whatever, she was already masked up. So I just
that stuff. But like, I went to the dentist yesterday, and
your dentist had them on.
The hygienist had a mask on.
Yeah.
Dentist had they're leaning over you.
Yeah.
It's not about COVID. It's about I just don't want anybody's germs.
Yeah. I actually understand it in the dental field, and not to get on a side task or a tangent, but I don't know how people go in other people's mouths. Like I'm one of those guys that I can pick up on somebody that has like bad breath from a mile away, and it's like, hey, I got some Winter Fresh. You want a stick? I have no idea how dentists actually can do that, because I remember before COVID there were plenty of dentists that never put anything over their mouth or any shield or any type of cloth mask or anything like that. So to your point, I mean there's a few settings where I actually think you should wear a mask. And one of them's the airport, because the airport's just filthy. And casinos. Casinos are just dirty beyond belief. Yeah. Every time I go into a casino, I feel like I walk out with a cold. So there you go. So mask mandates officially returning in California in the healthcare settings. We'll see how that trickles over to the East Coast, whether it's in healthcare or in the education field. All right, 7:45, right on the dot. We get to one of the best episodes of the week. It's a Friday cut sheet. Let's roll.
What's on the cut sheet?
Jim on the YouTube chat says, ha ha ha, 4 years ago there were no masks. I'm talking about doctors and that stuff. I'm not talking about the people working behind the counters.
Right.
No, they shouldn't be wearing masks.
I agree.
Sorry. What's on the cut sheet on Friday? I get distracted sometimes by comments and YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to distract me with a comment.
That's why I don't look. I legitimately, I go full screen on my laptop with the video of YouTube.
Yeah.
I almost never look at the comments.
There's a delay that, because there's a lot of visuals today, and there's a delay that we need to get fixed. And it's not their fault in the bag. It's just, it's something that's different, and we just need to get it fixed. I think it's YouTube. But anyway, what's on the cut sheet on this Friday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I want to go to something we were discussing in the 6 o'clock hour. Dawn brought this up, Nick. You two were going back and forth on this, on if the NBC debate moderators were fair, because you said you read an article or something where you said that they were widely praised by both the left and the right as being a fair moderators. Dawn took some issue with that. What did Ron DeSantis say after the debate yesterday? He actually said that the moderators did a good job.
Yeah?
And he even threw what I would assume his favorite network under the bus.
Okay.
Ron DeSantis after the debate the other night. Go.
You were front center stage, hometown hero, if you will. This is your state of Florida. How did you feel you did in this debate? And are you upset that debate after debate, the former president is not there side-by-side debating with you?
Well, I think we did really well, and I think NBC did a good job. I mean, I have watched debates over the years. I've participated in a couple already, and I think the people at home probably got a good viewing experience because the questions were substantive. People were able to talk. There wasn't a lot of screaming back and forth, and so I think the value of this debate was probably more than the one we did in Simi Valley. Look, Donald Trump is not the same guy he was in 2016. You would not have been able to keep him off that stage in 2016. The consultants wouldn't have been able to do that. Now, they don't want him up on the stage. When he gives speeches, it's usually off the teleprompter, and I think his view is like, well, he has a polling lead, therefore, why would he want to get involved and actually earn the job? But that's not the way this goes. So what I think you're going to see, because I'm on the ground in the early states, voters are now starting to really pay attention. It is going to hurt him if he's not willing to debate going forward, because voters expect you to earn their vote. And if you look at his support, he's got some that are rock solid. He probably doesn't have to debate. But other supporters of his are willing to go for another candidate.
So take what he said about Trump aside for a second.
Yeah, Simi Valley.
He threw Fox under the
Fox
bus.
News right under the bus.
He said that NBC did a better job than Fox News.
We've talked about the debate in one way or another for the last 2 days, and I have not had one negative thing to say about NBC with Lester Holt and Kristen Welker. I think the only thing I actually said was when Vivek went after Kristen Welker, I don't think he was specifically really trying to target her. She was just the person, that was going to be on the receiving end of it to take the punishment for all of mainstream media. I mean, I saw a lot of conservative social media people that were saying, by and large, it was relatively fair. I don't think it was great by any stretch, because Dawn mentioned, what they were lacking in the questions, but it wasn't like Caitlin Collins with the interrupting and the fact checking. I thought overall there was no complaints from me.
Yeah, I would just say I would have liked. Now I'm just looking at different sites. Who's upset about what? And there are some groups that are upset that they didn't ask about climate change.
Oh God.
I'm glad they didn't ask about that.
Agreed.
But they didn't really touch the questions about abortion a ton.
Yeah, that didn't come till what, 9:40?
Yeah, it was late.
It was late.
Yeah.
And then they didn't ask. I didn't really hear much on education loss. I didn't hear much about addressing poverty or inflation and those kinds of issues.
And to your point with not bringing up the education, that would have been right in DeSantis's wheelhouse, because as we mentioned earlier this morning, Florida has the most educational freedom according to the Heritage Foundation. If they would have brought up parental rights or school choice or anything under education, I mean, DeSantis would have looked like a rock star on that topic.
Yeah, I mean, my first, really, the top question I would have loved to have heard was, how would you fix this economy?
Yep.
And how would that differ from Biden or Trump?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Just put it out of Frisbee. That's a Frisbee, and then go through it. Job creation, keeping jobs.
It is hands down the most important issue. Yet for this week, what we've been talking about when it comes to policy and when it comes to subject matter, so to speak, it's been about abortion. And so they actually, to your point, okay, I will give a criticism here of NBC. They failed in two regards. They didn't lead or open or really hammer on the economy. And the issue that apparently is a big issue, because Democrats are winning at 100% clip now post Roe v. Wade, is abortion, and they buried that till 9:40. So to your point, if it's about the economy and abortion, then it's fail for NBC.
Yeah. I just think, I will say for Lester Holt, and I worked with him at, he was a mentor actually at CBS, and he's a great guy personally, but he, I think, had a good level of control.
Mhm.
And I think that part of why DeSantis is criticizing the past debates, those moderators had they lost control, and it became messy. Lester Holt off the top, and at first I was like, wow, Kristen and Hugh Hewitt, you didn't hear from them.
I know.
Lester had the top, but it's for a reason.
Yeah.
Lester's a veteran. He's a very experienced moderator. I think that was smart. Just keep him on the rails.
He had no tolerance for crowd reaction either. I thought that was actually now I'm coming up with criticisms. I thought that was a little over the top because he said it multiple times. And I thought he said, "Hold your applause until the end," so the candidate can finish their answer. And I thought, by and large, the crowd did.
John Senek on YouTube, on the YouTube chat, brings up a very good point, which is, I think, we're missing. The group of candidates was smaller and easier to control. That's true.
That's
true.
true.
There was like
from 8 to 7 to 5.
I think in Simi Valley there was 9 of them, weren't there, or 8?
Yeah, but I didn't hear Burgum, getting in there yapping. I mean, it was pretty much the usual suspects, and they were here this time.
Right.
We spent a lot of time yesterday discussing Ronna McDaniel and her role as the head of the RNC. So much so about Vivek calling her out yesterday in his opening statement, basically saying, I'll yield my time to you if you want to come up here. Resign. She was on with Stuart Varney, another loathsome human being. She was on with Stuart Varney yesterday discussing this and what Vivek said, and she took some shots at him. This is cut 6, guys.
He's at 4%. He needs a headline. I'm going to say what I've been saying to Republicans all along. Our headline should be about Joe Biden, the border, fentanyl, crime, terrible things that are happening in this country that the American people are looking to our party for solutions. But I also will stand by my record as RNC chair.
He said...
I am the one who delivered Michigan for the first time in 30 years when I was Michigan chair. We just won back the House under my leadership. And I'll add one other thing. In 2022, the RNC turned out 4 million more Republicans, and we would have won the Electoral College based on that turnout. Now, we don't do the messaging. That's a fact. We don't do it. And our candidates have lost their messaging on abortion. In Virginia, the Democrats spent $16 million on abortion ads. Republicans did not respond. In Kentucky, Democrats spent millions and millions on abortion ads. They did not respond. Now, the RNC doesn't do state races. We're a federal committee, so we weren't involved in those races on Tuesday. I know Vivek's kind of newer to the party. He voted for Obama, so he may not know that. But this is something we're going to have to get right as a party. As a suburban woman, I get this. Okay. You cannot allow Democrats to define us and say we won't give life-saving care for miscarriages or ectopic pregnancies, and then let it go unanswered, because then those lies become the truth. We are leading the way at the RNC on how to message on this issue. We saw great messaging from many of the candidates on the stage last night, and we're going to have to do this if we're going to win in 2024.
Pretty strong answer from her. I like some of the shots she took, and she's factually correct with some stuff as well, but the reality is you barely took back the House, although a win is a win. I do think right now you're probably going to see it flip. I think the House will go blue. The Senate will go red, especially in light of Joe Manchin saying he will not run for re-election in 2024. But she is, without a doubt, one of the problems. And I'm just gonna rattle off 4 of the problems right here. And this is problems that moderates bring up and conservatives bring up and the far right brings up. So everybody in the Republican Party, from Chris Christie all the way to the right. 4 issues that people believe will prevent Republicans from taking back what they should take back. Ronna McDaniel is one of them. The abortion messaging is a second. Mail-in ballots is third. And Donald Trump is 4. You go those 4 from the wide-ranging beliefs within the Republican Party, from the rhinos all the way to the most far-right individual. Those 4 things are constant talking points. And since we're talking about Ronna McDaniel, she is one of those 4. She has not had a good track record in the last 3 to 5 years, other than taking back the House, barely. And look, that matters. But when all you hear is red wave, red wave, red wave, and you fail to deliver the red wave, there's blame that has to go around, and she should be shouldering a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why there was that effort, Ronna McDaniel was just re-elected this year by 111 to 51 by that secret ballot vote.
Little suspect.
Right?
Yeah.
So the way the RNC does this, but ultimately, Harmeet Dillon, who was the California lawyer, and I believe Trump had endorsed Dillon, had been very critical. But you know what? At the end of the day, Ronna McDaniel won. And I would just say, even if you say, well, she's part of the swamp, this and that, I just think she needs to change. She needs to think outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
And she needs to modernize, because she's thinking of media as in an antiquated way.
Yeah.
And Greg talked about this earlier, and you talked about it earlier with the ratings and everything going on. We have to think outside the box.
Yeah.
And Vivek Ramaswamy was correct. Why not have them go on with Joe Rogan?
Mm-hmm.
You first of all, you would at least with Joe Rogan, first of all, he would control them in a very different way, because he's funny and he's quick and he's smart. So he'd put them in their places. But as well, he's just that everyman. He would ask those kitchen table, down to earth things. He'd also let them talk a little more rather than interrupting them, and just make it why does it have to keep to an hour?
And as far as moderators go, if you're trying to put together a moderator panel with conservatives or Republicans, my trio, if it was up to me for these next 5 candidates, or even one with Donald Trump, I would have Joe Rogan, I would have Clay Travis, and I would have Greg Gutfeld on my panel. Those would be my 3 moderators. But you mentioned something, and Ronna McDaniel is not old by any stretch.
No.
She's certainly young, but she still kind of gets lumped in, rightfully so, with the old guard. We were tired of Kevin McCarthy. He's out. We're tired of Ronna McDaniel. She needs to go. And we mentioned the story about the chatter that's going on with the future of Mitch McConnell, who is the oldest of those 3. It's time to get away from the old guard. And you made a great point about antiquated ways of thinking in media. Vivek is on it, and I hate it. I want it banned. But Republicans need to embrace TikTok. Vivek is on there for a reason. He's 38 years old, and he actually gets it. You're not going to win these battlegrounds by using the same stale tactics. If you don't reach out to people that are possibly gettable on the modes and the means in which they consume media, you're missing out on a sizable chunk of the market. And there's, believe it, whether you like it or not, and I hate it, TikTok's a factor.
Speaking of TikTok, we played the clip yesterday of Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy going after one another. She basically called him scum. I mean, not basically, she did.
She did. You're scum.
She called him scum because he brought up the fact that her 25-year-old daughter is on TikTok, where she made fun of Vivek at the last debate for being on it, calling him immature or whatever. What was the consensus? I forget. What was the consensus on the show yesterday? Did we feel like him going after her daughter?
I had asked if she was a minor, and then once you said no, she's 25, I said she's fair game. I don't like it, but she's fair game.
Dawn,
I disagree. I mean, okay, if she were a child, that would have been horrifying, and I don't think Vivek would have gone there if she were, if this was a 9-year-old or 13-year-old or something. But even though Nikki Haley's daughter's 25, I still felt like it was not. It was crossing a line that you just don't cross.
Because of them being on the same team, so to speak, within the Republican Party?
Oh, I think even if it was to a Democrat.
Okay, because,
I just think kids are off the...
Well, let me bring up the kids that we talk about on this show. We talk about Donald Trump Jr., we talk about Eric, we talk about Ivanka, we talk about Hunter Biden, we talk about all these other children of these political figures that are all of age, they're all legal adults. I don't understand why Nikki Haley's daughter is off limits then.
Well, because in the context that people report on and talk about Ivanka or the Trump children in general is that they are testifying, and so it's part of a relevant news story. So they are public. They are very public people. They are famous people.
Right.
That's different to me.
That's fair.
Hunter Biden is a very famous person. He put his fame right out there in its naked glory.
Right.
Okay.
Nikki's daughter is basically out of the spotlight, is what you're saying.
Her daughter is a private individual, and it is different if they're college age. You're right. I mean, rather than 30s or 40s, but private person versus a very famous person.
I mean, honestly, if you told me Nikki Haley had a daughter, I would have said I didn't know.
I mean, the Trump kids were on TV, so I get that. They were part of The Apprentice. Was Hunter Biden really famous? Was he really? Did anybody know? I mean, people knew Beau Biden, but did anybody really know Hunter until the laptop thing came out? I would venture to say no.
Yeah, for the most part, I would.
You bring up a good point. I mean, we did here local because we're Philadelphia and we have a close proximity, so we did. But yeah, to your point. But he became famous because the laptop pictures and all of that. In this area, was Hunter Biden already well known? I would say. I mean, maybe because I'm in the media, I don't. To me, yes.
So did Vivek go too far? He was asked about this yesterday. He explained himself. Cut 10.
Called out Nikki Haley's daughter for using TikTok. She then called you scum. Why did you go after her family and her clothing? No woman's going to like that.
Well, I'm going to tell you, she called me 4-letter words in each of the last 2 debates, Stuart. The reality is this. The Republican Party has appropriately, I think, had scrutiny of Hunter Biden for years. I mean, not only the media, but even Republican politicians correctly. In the last debate, she's actually saying that she said, I feel dumber every time I hear you speak. That's what she said, for using TikTok. The criticism wasn't of Nikki Haley's daughter. It was of Nikki Haley for being completely oblivious to where the next generation of Americans is actually getting their information. So my view is that we do better by showing up. Nikki Haley wants to go the way of censorship. I want to go the way of free speech. She wants to go the way of withdrawing from talking to young people. My point is, young people, even in your own family or on that next generation platform, we need to talk to them directly.
Okay.
She's on the other side, Nikki, is of this generational divide, and that's what I was pointing out.
He makes a good point. You got to embrace the technology. You have to understand the way that these people think, 18 to 25-year-olds, 18 to 28, whatever the demo might be. These people, I mean, and even when Daniel Valdez was here, he would, and I would say these things like, I don't understand what the point of TikTok is. Daniel actually even said he gets conservative opinions and content off of TikTok. So it's actually out there. There are conservatives that do use TikTok.
A lot.
I think just most people are oblivious to that fact.
No, I think it all depends on, who you follow and what you watch. That's all social media is. If you want toxic content, you can find toxic content anywhere. Yeah. You just have to search it out look at other toxic content.
It's no different than the internet, generally speaking. You can find a subject matter on anything on social media.
Yeah, whatever your algorithms are for stuff that you've searched in the past, that's what they're going to pull up for you.
Yeah.
So it's just this feeding cycle of constant, negativity if that is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So, look, I think this was Vivek's swan song. We talked about that yesterday, and I just think that he was going to just take a blowtorch to the entire process. Ron McDaniel said that he's polling at 4%, which means that he's going to be out very soon.
Yep.
But I do think, I like him. I do like him, and I think he would be great as a cabinet member, etc. But I think on this level, the lesson learned, first of all, he could have said, I was called out for being on TikTok because I think we need to know what's happening and it's relevant. And maybe other candidates on the stage, including Ambassador Haley, maybe you should look at your own adult children's accounts. He could have said it in a different way that was more acceptable, but to specifically say, like, your daughter.
Yep.
And I think what he also exposed the fact that it just felt like a little bit like a teenager's temper tantrum, that she had some good zingers in the last one, and so he saved up and he had some zingers prepared against her. And so it goes to the level of looking presidential and mature and not being,
Do we feel like Vivek's kind of targeted Nikki Haley a little bit? It seems like, because we know he's a Trump fanboy. He's said nothing negative about Trump, in large part because Trump's not there. I don't recall Vivek really butting heads with DeSantis too often or Chris Christie. There's no reason to pick a fight with Tim Scott, and Tim's just down in the corner. He's thinking about his girlfriend. So, like, it feels like Vivek has kind of had it out for Nikki Haley in a way, maybe in part because that she's so pro-war and there's not a nation that she won't go in and do business with and invade. But it seems to me like Vivek is he's kind of defined himself as to who he's willing to pick a fight with and who not. But I do think overall, for a 38-year-old, whether this was his swan song or he's got one more left in him, he has really shown a lot of. There's way more positives with Vivek than negatives.
Yeah.
And with you thinking, he could have another 30-year career, 40-year career in politics. He's positioned himself pretty well. If this was his debut performance, he definitely gets thumbs up for sure.
Yeah.
Joe Manchin announced yesterday that he is not seeking re-election in the great state of West Virginia, which opens up a slew of questions. Here was just a part of his about 5-minute video that he put out on social media yesterday. I only got about 50 seconds of it. This is cut 7, guys.
I've made one of the toughest decisions of my life and decided that I will not be running for re-election to the United States Senate. But what I will be doing is traveling the country and speaking out to see if there is an interest in creating a movement to mobilize the middle and bring Americans together. To the West Virginians who have put their trust in me and fought side by side to make our state better, it has been my honor of my life to serve you. Thank you. Every incentive in Washington is designed to make our politics extreme. The growing divide between Democrats and Republicans is paralyzing Congress and worsening our nation's problems. The majority of Americans are just plain worn out. Our economy is not working for many Americans, from the rising cost of food and fuel and everything in between.
So, as many people know, but if you don't, he was viewed as a potential 2024 POTUS candidate for the no labels ticket. And now what this does is, with him stepping out, the Senate is now 50-50. And I have no faith in the Republican Party and Ronna McDaniel to take advantage of this. I'm already starting to think of how they'll screw it up. But, you think about Trump. Trump has endorsed West Virginia's Jim Justice. So that's something to keep an eye on if, that endorsement comes to fruition and pays off. But this, just by him not running, is going to make it tougher for Democrats to keep control in the following cycle.
He had to do this because Republican Senator Steve Daines was going to kick his what. He was going to lose. He sees the numbers. And Joe Manchin sees the reality, and he doesn't want to be smacked down in his own state and lose his reelection.
He's also 76 too, so another
that's
guy
irrelevant.
Okay.
Nick, he could very well, to me personally, he could very well go to run as an independent or whatever. He's the uniparty guy, right?
He said. I don't think this wasn't in this video, but from the reports I was reading yesterday, he said he's going to go around the country and test the waters for a third-party candidate, and he's affiliated with that no labels thing, and they're already on the ballot in 12 states. I think some battleground states too. And if he jumps in this race, it is over for Joe Biden. It is over for Joe Biden.
I would agree, but at this point, do you think he's going to be able to jump in right now?
He could.
Absolutely he could. Absolutely he could.
He could, but I'm just pointing out to you that this was, my husband and I, this is our weirdo, wonky selves being revealed. We're like, oh, when's he's getting kicked, there's no way he's going to lose to Steve Daines. So this was just a matter of time, because that's an embarrassment for a long time, right? It's senator to lose in his own state like that and just get walloped. So this was inevitable, but the point that Greg brings up is the point. Is he's exploring it. They're taking the numbers.
He's not going to wait till 28. He would be 81 at that point.
No, it's now or never.
It's now or never.
Yeah. It's now or never.
They've been trying to. The no labels crowd has been trying to push out a third party candidate, and it is just we talk about RFK and how he's I believe he's siphoning votes from Trump.
Yeah.
A third-party candidate on that no-labels ticket, and that's all Biden.
Yeah.
None of those people that are going to vote for Joe Manchin would have voted for Trump.
That's true.
So that would be a complete and utter disaster
So
for
what do you
Trump,
give more
or for
credence?
Biden, I'm sorry.
What do you give more credence to, or what do you think is more likely? What you just said with Joe Manchin or Gavin Newsom replacing Joe? I would go Gavin Newsom replacing Joe.
No, Gavin Newsom's not going to replace Joe. I would give more. I know Tony Bruno said that. He basically said it's a lock before the end
No, I
of
don't
the
think
year.
it's a lock, but
well, he said that, didn't he?
Yeah,
He
yeah,
said it on
Bruno
the show.
did. Yeah. I personally don't agree with that.
I mean, it made for great content, so that's all I really care about. Yeah, I think that Joe Manchin getting in is far more likely than. I mean, look, we've said that we are ripe this election cycle for a third party candidate.
I know,
because so many people hate both candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So there are it's like now or never. This really reminds me of the first of the 2000 election with Bush v. Gore. That was the same. Everybody hated both of those candidates,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just Ralph Nader came in and was basically the turd in the punch bowl for that whole thing, which is why we had hanging chads and all that other stuff, because nobody wanted either candidate.
I still think at the end of the day it's going to be Donald and Joe, but we'll see.
So what does this mean for the Senate? You guys discussed the 2024 Senate map. How does it look for Democrats? How does it look for Republicans? This is Harry Enton. He was on with Abby Phillip last night on CNN discussing this. He was over at the big board, the magic board.
Oh, that's the board where you get all your energy and start acting like Kornacki.
Cut 12, guys, go.
So, Harry, what is the impact here of Joe Manchin deciding not to run again in a state that, frankly, I don't know that any Democrat can win, but what impact will it have on control of the Senate in 2024, potentially?
Yeah, Abby, look, Democrats basically have no margin for error. Here's the Senate math heading into 2024. Democrats can't lose more than one seat. Look, 51 Democrats in the Senate, or at least caucus with the Democrats. You got 49 senators who caucus with the Republicans. And let's take a look at how many Democrats are vulnerable this time around. Look at this. There are 7 Democratic Senate seats up in 2024 in states Trump won at least once. You mentioned West Virginia earlier, but there's Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, Arizona. So we have a slew of these Democratic seats in these states that Trump won at least one time. Compare that to the Republican side. You know how many GOP seats are up in 2024 that Trump lost at least once? 0, a grand total of 0. So Democrats have far more vulnerable ground than Republicans do. Pretty much all the Republican seats are in safe Republican areas. And here's the other thing to keep in mind, why that's so important. Because polarization has become such a thing in our politics. Same party won the Senate and presidential race in the state. In 2016, for the first time ever, it was all of them. It was 34 out of 34. In 2020, it was 34 out of 35. Only Susan Collins in Maine was the exception. So the fact is, going into 2024, I'd much rather be a Republican running for Senate than a Democrat, or at least put my money on them gaining the majority, and Democrats at this point at least losing it. And Joe Manchin doesn't make it any easier, Abby.
Speaking of your money, Republicans are presently a minus 225 betting favorite to win the Ohio Senate, which means you got to lay 2.25 to win 1. They are minus 300, which is 3-1 to win Montana. And also, you're looking at the probabilities and some of the odds with the polling. Republicans are favored to flip Ohio and Montana, and they are not underdogs in any seat that they currently occupy, that being Republicans. Republicans also have chances to flip Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So, but then again, we've seen what happens, and Republicans find a way to screw it up.
The Democrats will just put a abortion referendum on the ballot,
There you go.
and
Ball
it'll be
game.
over.
Match.
It'll be the ball game. By the way, like Joe Manchin, yeah, he was a Democrat, but I mean, how often did he really vote with the Democrats? You know what I mean? Like losing that seat for the Democrats. I know they're the balance of powers in limbo, but like he didn't really vote. Like he was kind of a Democrat in name only, wasn't he?
Pretty much. He was a dino. I'm going to copyright that. Dino. I had a dino as a kid. Remember the dino bike?
I know Dino Bites. My son eats those.
Yeah, Dino Bite.
They're little chicken nugget
And
things.
Dynamite.
They're not. There's. By the way, there's 0 chicken in them.
I know. It's all rib meat, right? Disgusting.
Speaking of third-party candidates, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on PBS. I've been sitting on this for a few days now, but we just had so much. I wanted to play this. He was on PBS NewsHour the other night, and he sparred with a host on what it means to be anti-vax.
Mm-hmm.
And because he gets that a lot, saying that he's anti-vax, but he has a lot more nuanced answer to this, and I kind of wanted to play it and get everybody's opinion on what his opinions are here on vaccines. This is cut one, guys. Go.
Let me ask you about a specific concern your family's expressed in the past, too, which is your controversial views on vaccines and being part of the anti-vaccine movement
what
in
are
particular.
my views on vaccines?
Well, you've said previously that no vaccine is safe or effective, which is...
I've never said that.
You did say that in a podcast interview in July.
I've never said that.
You did say that. There are quotes, and that recording is there.
You are wrong, and you're making something up.
On Fox News, you said that you still believe in this idea that vaccines can cause autism, which has long been
But now
debunked.
you're changing the subject. What you said right
No, sir, I'm
before,
asking about your views
Emma,
on vaccines.
And well, that's why I'm happy to say that my views are that vaccines should be tested like all other medications are tested. They should have placebo-controlled trials prior to licensure. It's the only medical product or medical device that is allowed to get a license without engaging in safety tests.
So you do not believe the statement that no vaccine is safe and effective?
I've
You don't
never
believe
said
that?
that.
According to these reports and the recordings you have in the podcast interview in July.
That's the problem. If you are reading reports about me in the mainstream media, including this network, they're almost all inaccurate. I'm not anti-vax. I've never been anti-vax.
You just spoke before one of the largest anti-vaccine groups in the country a few days ago.
That's not what they call themselves.
That's not what they call themselves, but that's what they advocate for.
You know what? I speak to a lot of people, and I don't agree, and I don't pretend to agree with everything that everybody in the audience says.
Can I ask you?
I can agree. I've said from the beginning, listen, I fought against mercury in fish for 40 years. Nobody called me anti-fish. I like the idea that we have seatbelts in cars. Nobody calls me anti-automobile. I want vaccines that are safe, just like every other medicine, and that are adequately tested. It doesn't mean I'm anti-vaccine. It just means that I'm sensible and have common sense, and I think that most Americans, if they understood my views, my real views, rather than the distortions of my views and the mischaracterizations that they hear from the mainstream media, including this network, that they would agree with me.
I'll just say there's evidence of these statements on the record, and people can look it up for themselves.
Statement, not
I'd be happy
evidence
to.
of a statement.
Let me ask
show me
you
a
about.
statement rather than evidence. What you call evidence of a statement.
Let me ask you more broadly about 2024 and where we are right now, a year away from the date people will cast ballots.
Well, there you go. So, like I don't really give him a hard time about any of his vaccine commentary. I think, he's skeptical on a lot of it, which I think a lot of people should. I think when it comes to him and also me, I think you want to go beyond just that phrase anti-vax. He is, I think, in a lot of regards, very much against what Big Pharma is able to get away with. And that's one of the things that bothers me the most. It blows me away how the United States of America is, I believe, the only nation on the planet that advertises pharmaceutical products on commercials. That's something you don't see in any other Western or civilized society. You also, the fact that, and specifically with vaccines and specifically with the COVID shot, it bothers me that these companies are granted immunity for some of the side effects or issues that come with these things. And I get it sometimes, look, everything has a side effect, right? No matter what you take over the counter, there's always going to be side effects to certain things. Yeah, I think he is a little bit mislabeled. But when he gets challenged on some of it, he does seem to get a little bit defensive. And I think that's the problem that he has. He's done so many interviews that I don't think he realizes sometimes what comes out of his mouth.
I will say this about him is that I do think that there is more. I don't agree with him on the vaccine stuff. Let me just put all my cards on the table.
Yep.
But I do think that there is there is a want and a need by the media and by people to just label somebody as something. Like, you're just anti-vax.
Yeah.
It's like, well, no, there's a little bit more nuance to
Right.
what he is saying. And I'm happy, I'm glad that there are people with high profile names that are questioning things, because that's what the media and journalists used to do.
Yeah.
They used to be like, their job is to question the government and not just take everything that the government says at face
Not be
value.
a lapdog.
Not be a lapdog.
Right.
And it just seems that, like, journalists and the media have lost that.
Yep.
And now it takes politicians and it takes people like this to really put stuff forefront, and whether they're right or not, whether it doesn't matter, at least they're out there, questioning things and not just taking everything the government says
Right.
at face value, or corporations.
And he obviously has a reason why he doesn't trust the government, but he's also smeared from the standpoint of the mainstream media and the traditional left and the Democrats. They vilify him because he's like the redheaded stepchild of the Kennedy family. He's not the media darling. He's not like the rest of the Kennedy family. He's the one who's a critical thinker that has theories, that likes to challenge certain things, and then they label him as the nutty member of the family. And I mean, in some regards, he is a little bit off of his rocker, but in other regards, he's got a lot of merit to what he brings up.
He resonates with a lot of people.
He does.
I'm just telling you that.
He's got his little niche.
He resonates with a lot of people.
But understand, he is a classic liberal person.
Yeah, he's got plenty of left views.
Yeah, ultimately, again, I'll just go back to the economy, go back to crime, the border, all of the basic, issues.
Climate.
He's a climate
super
environmental
left.
attorney.
Yeah.
But so the climate change people, I'm sure, love him.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as just the economy, he's a very liberal. He's very, very liberal.
Yep.
RN Delco on the YouTube chat says, "Why does Greg have a microphone? He's so smug and sanctimonious." Oh, thank you, RN Delco.
Jeez.
I like that.
Well,
You're getting a lot of love today, Gregory.
Smug and sanctimonious.
No, well, here's why he has a microphone.
I bring it.
That's why. If you didn't bring it, he wouldn't have one. Actually, even if you didn't bring it, you would have one because you're kind of the boss.
Well, no, okay.
You have to have the AOC drop. I'm the boss.
I'm the boss. I don't have that on my board, by the way.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. No, that's on another board somewhere.
Hmm.
Another board far, far away from me.
I don't have the microphone because I'm the boss. I've had a microphone on this radio station for 20 years.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. 20 years.
Yeah.
You're tenured now. You're like a professor. Yeah, you're locked in.
Oh,
You can't-
Professor Stalker. I like
Yeah,
that.
Professor Stalker.
Professor.
Well, maybe RN Delco should go listen to another host that we chased out of town about 6 years ago. Will that make you happy, Fred? Will it? Smug and sanctimonious. That is my name. Speaking of things we should question.
Yeah.
The WHO. Did you guys see this?
Yeah, when did they get into this field?
So they released a video. Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. This ad is just, it's bizarre. It's attacking Israel. There's no voice on it. It's just a visual, and you can hear, sound effects and stuff.
Yep.
But it looks like Gaza is like this land of teddy bears and balloons, and big bad Israel comes in and sets fire to it.
Yeah, Gaza's just Sesame Street.
This is what the World Health Organization is putting out. Again, going back to what we were talking about, questioning authority and questioning governmental organizations.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. This is. I mean, okay. Cut 2, guys.
It's literally like an entry level cartoon. It's like poor animation from 1987 You have like basically a little river of beautiful. Can we go back and Natasha? If we could go back and just freeze frame the beginning of it, so I can at least describe it to the audience with what we see. Go back to when it's all nice and pleasant looking.
Sid Wiley said it's a bad South Park episode.
South Park's got way better graphics than that. And let me see, because we're on this really long delay,
it's
so
ridiculous.
it's hard for me to do this without, giving dead air. So it just looks like you have buildings and water and, civilization at a terrible level.
Balloons, teddy bears, all that stuff.
Okay, it looks like a little hospital and a school bus. I don't think it's an electric school bus, so Kamala's got no interest in it. And then you got a couple of boats in the water, and then it looks like basically they change it from that to a war scene where everything's on fire and everything is being obliterated and destruction is everywhere. So let's get to what really matters here. Why is a health organization making a political stance, and the wrong one at that to boot? So we've got the same people. I mean, think about it. When you hear COVID, there are three sets of letters. There's the CDC, the NIH, and the WHO. So now we have the World Health Organization, the WHO, making a political stance that basically Israel is the bad guy, and they are destroying Gaza. And Gaza used to be like Mr. Rogers' little neighborhood, and now all of a sudden it's a war zone. Is that what I gather?
Yeah. And this is put out there by...
Stick to health.
Yeah.
It's the old adage, stick to sports. Just stay in your lane.
I mean, they're literally making Israel out to be the...
When's the last
bad guys?
When's the last time the WHO was right about anything in their own field of, quote, expertise? They were wrong on all sorts of COVID stuff. And then when we hear, like in the last year or so, as COVID kind of died down and went away for the most part, we hear the WHO, they're always telling us about the next pandemic, next pandemic. I have less trust in the WHO than I do the CDC or the NIH.
Yeah, this is, look, I mean, that's the World Health Organization. That's scary. Like if you're a Jewish person and that's scary.
They're making it sound like Gaza was Disney World. Like if you watch that video, there's teddy bears, there's balloons.
Yep.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse is going to come out any minute. Give me a break.
I mean, apparently they've just been calling for access to health care and humanitarian needs.
Well, that doesn't look like that, does it?
And so that's what they've been calling for. However, to your point, it also just shows, if anybody just thought they just cared about health, well, that's a lie.
Yes,
they're political.
That's correct.
And we've seen everything get political. Education is political. Health is politicized here in America and in the world.
I will say this, if you really want to know what's happening, the New York Post did a very good investigative report. Douglas Murray, I think is the guy's name, the reporter went over to Israel. It's the front page of the New York Post this morning. And he said, I cannot unsee what happened in Israel, the atrocities. There's a picture there with cribs, and there's blood everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, so if the World Health Organization wants to be accurate, then maybe they should have done that with Israel.
Yeah.
Maybe Israel was the place where there were balloons and teddy bears.
Right.
And then Hamas came in.
Yes,
maybe we
correct.
should flip that a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
I still have the image it's not even an image, it's a video, and you can find it out there on social media, where that music festival was going on in Israel, where those people were caught off guard and murdered and slaughtered. And there's some video journalists going around. It looks like a big, if you've ever been to a big music festival and you've seen like one of those big food concession tents that have like 15 people working with grills and fresh squeezed lemonade and things like that. There's like basically one of those that are set up, and inside of it on the floor is just dead bodies everywhere.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
I'm putting up the front page of the New York Post. If you can see this, it's literally a child's bedroom with a crib in it. And there's blood smeared everywhere.
That's awful.
And that's from a New York Post reporter who went over there. So,
but understand, it's about the money. And remember that Trump, as late as 2020, right before he left office, he was saying, why are we donating all of these billions of dollars? We are the ones who fund something like the World Health Organization.
Right.
Yeah.
And so a moderate estimate is $600 million annually, by the way.
Yep.
But we fund the WHO. Joe Biden just came out and just said how, they're great and he's going to be funding them. So this is another one of those money laundering operations. The Biden administration takes our tax dollars, is flooding them into WHO, into the World Health Organization, and so now, you know what I mean? They might be slapping us in the face, quite frankly, you know, or making life difficult.
Yep.
And they don't care,
No.
but they take our money.
So what's going on college campuses, guys? You would be shocked to know not good things.
Oh.
UCLA students held a rally punching a pinata of Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh, nice.
Basically punching a pinata, hitting it, and chanting "Free, Free Palestine." Guys, I'm going to play a little bit of the audio, but it's hard to hear, and they do say "F the Jews" in here, and it's really it was hard for me to beep out, so I'm going to play just a little bit of it, but keep the video going on YouTube so people can see it and we can describe it. I'm just going to play a little bit of the audio, and then, Nick, you can describe what's happening. So they're hitting a pinata with a picture of Bibi Netanyahu on it. People who are, just disgusting, despicable things.
Yep.
And this is going on college campuses. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, and then at the very end, I'm gonna put it down here, but you can keep going here. They all have headdresses on, I guess. Hitting a pinata of Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah, and the pinata is kind of shaped in like a police badge.
Yeah.
If you've noticed there. And yeah, these
I didn't
people
even notice that. That's a good call.
Yeah, it's blue and white, and it's shaped like a badge that an officer would wear. So, as we know, it's not about academics anymore on college campuses. It's about activism and advocacy, as Jonathan Turley has so eloquently described. And this is exactly what we're talking about here. This is at UCLA. And, let me just ask you this. If the roles were reversed and that was a badge or a pinata of any form of somebody from BLM and it was white people doing that, there would be hell to pay. If it was minorities or any group that opposes Donald Trump and there was a pinata of Trump, I still think they would actually probably not allow that either. But for some reason, to me, that is advocating for the aggression and the violence towards Netanyahu himself and the Jewish people.
I was just going to say that if you're a Jewish student on the campus of UCLA and you're walking by that, you got to be scared for your life.
And there's no candy falling out of it when it busts, by the way.
That's a lame pinata.
Yes.
And by the way, this would be protected under free speech, but a lot of these campuses would ban or even would ban somebody like Riley Gaines from having her free speech on campus,
right?
And would do nothing if people assaulted her physically. But isn't this a threat, to your point? I mean, they're beating an image of him, and I know that this is a little, you could say, well, Dawn, it's a pinata and it's free. It's part of free speech.
Yeah, but it's symbolic of what you really would like to do to the person.
Yeah. And so if that's on a college campus, it's important to put it in context. These are college campuses that ban conservatives from just standing at a podium speaking.
Yeah. Again, and this is just my view. As much as I value free speech and love it, I don't believe hate speech should be protected under free speech.
John on the YouTube chat writes, shouldn't they be blindfolded? That's a good point.
I know. And you have to spin 3 times in a circle.
That's the worst game of pinata I've ever seen.
I know.
What's the game called? Is it called pinata?
I don't even know what it's called.
Oh, yeah, that's probably hit the paper mache thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
I never was. I was never the guy at any party that got the last swing where it would bust open anyway.
Joe Biden spoke yesterday in Illinois. He's talking to the union crowd, and he was interrupted by a Palestinian protester saying ceasefire now. This is cut 3.
On time. No.
So there you go. You can't.
Well,
a lot of these Democrats can't go anywhere without being heckled these days.
That's correct. And I think most on the left still actually believe in protecting and the rights of the Israeli people. It's these nut job fringe lunatics that have hijacked. It's really the squad Dems against the Democrats. Is the same way I look at people on the left that are not in public office that are so pro-Palestinian, ceasefire this. It could have been worse for Joe. It could have been like last Saturday night where they were at the gate of the White House chanting F Joe Biden. So Joe got off a little bit lightly there.
AOC told Manu Raju that Biden better watch out because young voters are concerned about human rights for Palestinians. Cut 8.
This is an issue that I've been warning the party about for a long time, that young people have been increasingly concerned. And
poor girl lost her voice.
Aw.
Yeah.
Man.
She was heckling. Aw, she's like Randy Weingarten, except Randy never lost her voice, right? Where's my Randy on here? Oh, well, there it is. There it is.
It really pisses me off.
It does piss me off.
All right.
So if Joe is in danger of losing votes for not being enough of a supporter of where do those votes go? Because if it's Joe versus Trump, are these people just going to sit it out?
Cornel West, maybe.
Cornel West? RFK?
Yeah. I'm going to start that clip over. Guys, go.
this is an issue that I've been warning the party about for a long time, that young people have been increasingly concerned about the status of human rights of Palestinians for years now, and it has been growing and growing. And I think what young people really want to see is an assertive stance from this administration.
Well, if you're going to be all about human rights, again, you don't get to pick and choose which ones are more valuable than the other. You can't tell me Black lives matter and other lives don't, or you can't say all lives matter and Black lives matter don't. You can't sit there and say the Palestinian life is more important than the Israeli life. So these people are so, and I don't believe her for a second, by the way. This is just, again, a vocal minority that these people are feeding off of. And it's gonna lead to some massive, I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen in this country, probably before the year's over, calendar-wise, that we're going to see some massive uprising in a city. Like you saw last Saturday night, the way it was people climbing on the fence of the White House, Secret Service on the other side in the lawn, F around and find out. Go ahead, keep climbing, see what happens. And we're trained and told to take you out. I guarantee you there is going to be a very, very nasty incident that we talk about before the year's over.
Tom Walsh says she sounds like RFK Jr.
Stop.
Yeah, well, that's when you're a squad dem and all you do is yell all day long. Sooner or later, your pipe's shut down.
One more. Whatever support Joe Biden, the Biden administration loses with young people who support the Free Palestinian movement, well, they can make up with illegal aliens. This was a caravan of illegal aliens on the way to the United States yesterday. Cut 4.
Biden! Biden!
There we go.
Biden! Biden! Biden!
Biden! Biden! Biden!
Look, a bunch of new voters for the Biden administration.
So what we need to do...
They will all be registered to vote.
Yes,
don't worry.
Yes, and then we'll lose track of where they are. So we should have those guys that are chanting Joe Biden with the pro-Palestinian supporters from last Saturday saying F Joe Biden, and we should get them at the 50-yard line and let them just scream until their heads explode. That's what I would do.
There you go. There's a whole new, like, if you're watching the video, it's just it's a sea of people.
It's a stampede.
And it's a whole new voting block for the Democrats.
Yep. It's an invasion. It's an invasion. All right, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 1. We'll come back and get Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 8 to wrap up the hour, and then we have to get to the Ivanka photo.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, it's a Friday. It's the 9 o'clock hour. Let's get weird, baby.
Oh, boy.
Kayal and Company, Friday morning. Back after this.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers Stay Hot on FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning a $5 money line bet. My bet this weekend is on the San Francisco 49ers at -164 on the money line against the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a perfect weekend to open up the FanDuel app, find a game that you don't really care about, put a little wager on the game. $5, you can win $150 in bonus bets and just bet all weekend. It'd be great. You can bet on everything from the spreads, player props, over-unders, so much more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now, and sign up so you have it in time for this weekend. FanDuel is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
It's Black Friday all month at Gerhardt's Appliances, and we're turning hot deals into straight fire. This LG air fry range in gas or electric for $7.99 is a hot Black Friday deal. But the same range with matching microwave and dishwasher for only $6.99 after rebate, now that's straight fire.
Whoa.
Just like this Samsung washer and dryer pair for $7.99 after rebate. Sure, you can probably wait in the cold for hot deals Black Friday morning, but at Gerhardt's, we've got the fire all month long.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in, and the great people at Guided Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door or window you buy, you'll get a second one at 50% off, and you can mix and match the savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Well, you save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier for you to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. Offers for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$8:45, Kayal and Company, Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on the show. Watch us for free on YouTube. Listen on the free Odyssey app. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is coming up at 9:20 this morning. We've also got a lot of good stories to get to. Before we get out of here this morning, we will not get through everything I had planned and envisioned, but that is good because we've had a lot of good conversation today. Also, a lot of visuals coming up on the YouTube chat from Ivanka Trump to The Washington Post removing what people are claiming is a racist cartoon of a Hamas terrorist. We'll get to that. But right now, 8:46, let's get to some news with Dawn Stenzon's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal Company.
And good morning. Big 3 at 8 this morning, sponsored by Consumer Cellular. So I did want to point your attention to a big fundraiser that's being held for that Port Richmond community delivery driver who was shot during a carjacking. And so we'll talk about that this morning, as well as a lot of Veterans Day activities and so on. But I do have some exclusive information as we were talking this morning about these crime rings coming over the border, the southern border, but they're coming from South America and striking the suburbs, the affluent suburbs, especially along the main line. And that warning came from law enforcement officers on the main line saying that they've had many of these home burglaries, which are sophisticated. They are groups from South America. They are targeting homes that are vacant, but they're getting away with a whole lot of loot and targeting these wealthier suburbs of especially the mainline area. Mm-hmm. But I do have an update that I wanted to bring to you, and that is locally in Montgomery County. Abington police are among those working with the FBI, along with the Attorney General's office and many other local investigators involved in this task force, as well as the Abington Police Department. But it's the FBI here that they are working with them and coordinating efforts because they did have a small amount of blood DNA evidence that they recovered in a burglary in Abington. And so later those suspects were arrested after burglarizing a famous Hollywood actress's home. Wow. The DNA matching one of those suspects, and they do have a warrant out for that arrest. And so the word here, through the feds, through local law enforcement, and I think on many fronts, it's important to report this. First of all, I think there is a feeling sometimes of hopelessness and helplessness because people feel like, my goodness, every day we talk about all the crime. Mm-hmm. Make no mistake, our local law enforcement, whether it's Philadelphia police, law enforcement across the suburbs, working with state-level law enforcement, working with federal law, they are working together very, very hard and very long hours to keep us safe and to catch some of these criminals that are, many of them are dangerous criminals. Many of them are, staking out neighborhoods as we speak. That's happening.
We're coming up on the holiday season, and with the details of this story and these cases, high-priced neighborhoods, people that are not home, goods and stuff being taken, burglars with technology and equipment. This sounds like Home Alone, the movie.
Oh, my gosh.
This is like Harry and Marv staking out Kevin's neighborhood.
Well, that's true.
You even mentioned the dog walkers to be on high alert.
Yes.
This is unbelievable.
Although Home Alone, you can't watch it anymore because the kid would have a cell phone.
That's true.
So that makes it so. And Donald Trump, remember, he's in that
Made a cameo in Home Alone, too.
And then they deleted him.
Trump Plaza.
But, I think this is important to look at this because one of the ways that they were, this particular alleged South American, crime ring that has been burglarizing homes and causing crime in our area, one of the things that they did that was a little unusual, and I can take you back to when my home was burglarized, I asked the police, why didn't they just break a window, break the glass? Mm-hmm. And the law enforcement answer was they never want to leave behind even a drop of DNA evidence with their blood.
Right.
And you have a much greater likelihood if you're escaping through, or stepping on or anything, if there's broken glass. This group is known for this. So even if somebody has a burglar system, usually burglars don't break the glass. Right. It's just like a thing. Mm-hmm. And in this one, they do. And so that has been leading to the DNA evidence.
So when did you have a burglary? Is this during the Zioli era or well before radio?
This was, but it was before COVID.
Oh, okay.
They were trying to break in.
Yeah.
And they messed up some of our doors. That's why Chapman came and replaced stuff because they were cracked. But Buddy, who's older, he didn't wake up right away. But then he obviously, what they theorized was, Buddy woke finally. He woke because he's a little hard of hearing. And so they could see him because it's glass, right? Yeah. He's like, they got the dog. They woke up the Buddy Bull, boy, oh yeah, I scared off those criminals.
I was thinking maybe the burglar saw you in the backyard cutting the grass and
Yeah,
said,
right?
we're not going to F around and find out.
No, but they did credit Buddy with that one.
Okay, Buddy for the save.
That is important information. A dog, any dog of any size, but especially a big dog like Buddy, any dog of any size is the number one deterrent.
Yeah.
Even if you have all the best technology, the dog's going to do the trick. They
Right.
don't want to deal with the dog.
That's right.
We've talked about all week the Johnny Doc federal trial that's going on. This is an alleged embezzlement situation. The federal prosecutors accuse him. So the latest headline is a $7,000 birthday bonanza. That's the headline as testimony continues. Yesterday was day 5 of the John Doherty federal trial. The feds accusing the former union boss of embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars from his own IBEW union brethren. So some of the details that we were learning during this trial yesterday, this very expensive, costly Atlantic City birthday bashes. This is the allegation. Up to, we have another $130 Target bill. They're really going through the Target receipts. And so in this one, prosecutors accused Doherty, as well as his co-defendants, of really on the union dime buying this expensive stuff, including this series of summer of 2015 birthday dinners. That was the focus. They claim Doherty personally spent thousands of dollars on these fancy dinners and fancy affairs for both his wife and his alleged mistress at separate Atlantic City celebrations within weeks of each other. And so that's one of the salacious headlines, if you will. And so Doherty, obviously, this is his second federal trial. He has vehemently denied that he'd ever steal from Local 98 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and the union that he has represented nearly 30 years. But his attorneys, as we know, he was known as Sloppy Doc as far as his sloppy record keeping. So that's one of the headlines for your trial there. Number 3, I have to go with Sherelle Parker, who's the mayor-elect, holding this new... I was going to do Ivanka Trump, but you're already going to talk about Ivanka.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll just say that we have a mayor-elect, Sherelle Parker, and she's making national headlines, getting a lot of glowing headlines, promising that the new police commissioner will be named before Thanksgiving break. We don't have a hint as to whether it's our interim director, but as well saying that we have a real hope deficit, and she's creating 16 new subcommittees and roundtable working groups to revive the hope, because we have a hope deficit in the city.
Yeah, she might want to redact the statement about the legacy of the Kennedy administration. Wait, you mentioned earlier this morning?
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you used the word legacy, you're already 0 for 1 in my book.
Well said. I think a lot of people kind of groaned on that one.
Oh, my God.
We are sponsored this morning in the Big 3, Consumer Cellular, offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. They're 100% U.S.-based support, just a click or call away, plus activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Thank you, Consumer Cellular, on this dreary rain beginning in about an hour a day on this Friday. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Ivanka Trump. She was in court for her dad's $250 million fraud trial. It wasn't what she said that has people talking. We will get to that on the other side. And if you're going to run it in the paper, why would you then bail after criticism? The Washington Post gets torched again when it comes to editorial mishaps. Kayal and Company, Hour 4 next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and former Birds great Jason Avant on Monday, November 20th for the Miller Lite Bar Blitz in Westchester. The Miller Lite Bar Blitz will stop by Barnaby's, Saloon 151, Jitters, and Kildare's Irish Pub. Enjoy Miller Lite specials, cheer on the Birds versus Kansas City, and meet Devin Caney and Jason Avant. You'll also have a chance to win the limited edition Kelly Green Miller Lite commemorative can and koozie while supplies last. For info, go to 94WIP.com. Must be 21. Tastes like Millertown, Westchester. Celebrate responsibly.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be a topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Mention DOM 2023 to receive an exclusive offer. DOM 2023. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Groceries got them. Leaves raked. Be proud of yourself. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? Maybe a tasty baked pie. No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake. So choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
At least 45% of all housing in the Gaza Strip has been damaged or destroyed by Israeli bombardment, according to the UN. 4 county elections offices in Washington state were evacuated Wednesday after they received envelopes containing suspicious powders, including 2 that field tested positive for fentanyl. Feminist publication Jezebel is shutting down after 16 years.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Introducing new AmeriHealth Medicare Advantage plans for New Jersey. The Medicare annual enrollment period runs through December 7th. Now is the perfect time to think about the benefits you need in a Medicare Advantage plan. AmeriHealth has helped protect New Jersey residents for nearly 30 years. It's a great feeling to have a health plan that takes care of you. From a company you trust. A health plan for everyone. Get your Medicare questions answered. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/2024 today.
Are you ready to take in the beautiful sunset beyond the Isle of Capri? That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii. We'll have plenty of time to see all the great sights in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for the 12 days of touring. I can't wait for this. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, wineries, tasting sessions, and the group dining events they're known for are legendary. 5267, yes, that includes nonstop airfare while supplies last. You got to go to conservativetours.com. Conservativetours.com. Scroll down. You see my picture. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti. My teen sons are going. So for us, this is a family trip of a lifetime. Call toll free if you have any questions. 888-733-9494. And yes, we'll find out why. Why the locals, why so many Italians take their vacations in Puglia. Italy's best kept secret, charming villages, and authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company 902 Friday morning, fourth and final hour underway. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Morning mystery movie clip in just about 18 minutes. What's on the cut sheet part 2. Who on Twitter and YouTube today? And what's on tap for the Dawn Show still on the way. So if you are not on YouTube, shame on you. Get on over now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons because we have some still images to get to on multiple fronts. We'll get to the Washington Post Hamas terrorist cartoon coming up here in a couple of minutes. Earlier this morning, we gave you the visual backdrop to Tim Scott's new girlfriend. Timmy Scott, 58 years old, still looking for that first kiss, still waiting for that, marital bliss to come to his life and, get away from his virginity, so to speak, as he's dating a beautiful lady named Mindy, 58 years old.
Beautiful.
I think Tim Scott did a great job. 10 out of 10 for Tim.
Yep.
He absolutely outkicked his coverage. And obviously, when it comes to Donald Trump, he's got very, very beautiful children, both men and female. I say that as a straight white cis male. All of his children certainly not ugly. And Ivanka Trump would qualify as not ugly as well. But she testified on behalf of her father and the Trump empire at his civil trial this week, the $250 million fraud trial in front of the honorable, esteemed Judge Engamoron. That's for you, Dawn Stensland.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so a lot of people weren't really reporting on what she said or didn't say, other than the fact she's basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, doesn't remember a lot of things. But the 42-year-old was walking out of court, and she got the attention of a lot of, I don't want to say paparazzi, but, journalists and media alike. And there's been a lot of pictures, and I know we have at least one. So Natasha, Anthony, whoever is controlling video, if we could get on over to YouTube if you want to see this, youtube.com, because the Daily Mail has a story. They're calling it an exclusive. Ivanka Trump's overhaul. Plastic surgeons reveal lengthy list of procedures they believe former first daughter has undergone as she shows off dramatic transformation at dad's fraud trial. So if we can get that up on YouTube, I will describe that, and you guys can see that as well in real time. And it looks like people are okay. So there we go. So now we have a split screen visual here.
Yes.
So I'm assuming the left is either before. It looks like the right is definitely after.
Her nose looks a little smaller.
It does, and she almost looks dollish.
Look at the
okay,
by the way,
let's keep it right there. Let's keep it on this screen.
Let me just say this. This is not us doing this.
Yes.
This was the Daily Mail.
Right.
This was an article in the Daily Mail.
Yes.
So don't shoot the messenger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is, I believe, owned by the New York Post and Murdoch and
Yeah,
Fox.
yeah,
Same group.
Yeah, it's all the
Okay.
conservative sites everybody loves to go to.
So now we have the picture up where they're alleging 4 different procedures: a rhinoplasty, which not like a rhino as in Kevin McCarthy, the different kind of rhino, RHINO. We have what is claimed to be a skin tightening procedure, lip enhancement with filler, and a significant volume added to perhaps the chin area itself. Now, if I didn't see any of this in any of these labels, I would not notice if she had work done because I really couldn't recall what she looked like before.
Really?
Yeah. I can't spot this stuff out.
Honest to God,
I'm awful.
Dawn, I'm the same way. Without the Daily Mail pointing this out, I would have never.
I would
You're
never
kidding.
have known. I would never have known.
No.
So you think this is absolutely valid? That she had.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I thought it right when the minute I saw her.
But you have no problem with her getting the work done.
No,
though.
of course not.
Yeah.
But the thing, here's what I thought to be, and so this is great for the Trumps, by the way. This is fantastic. Nobody cares that she testified for 5
Yeah.
hours. Nobody, right?
You're
Nobody.
right.
Everybody's not talking about Trump. They're
Right.
not talking about the case. They're
Yep.
not talking about Engamoron. He's probably upset, right? What are they talking about? Ivanka. because she's so pretty. She was pretty before. She was pretty after. She didn't need anything. But, who did she spend her 42nd birthday with just last week? Kim Kardashian. So, I don't know. Do people... It's just funny to me that pretty much every woman after 35 in Hollywood or in the public has had a little something done.
Oh, yeah.
They seem to love... all the media loves, for some reason, to talk more about... about the Republican or conservative women. So
Republican conservative women are typically just hotter in general.
Maybe that's
my personal belief. But it's a great distraction from what's actually going on in the court. It also takes.
Wait a minute, hang on. I just want to say something.
What? Yeah.
Do we really believe she's conservative? Okay.
Well, that's true, but she's associated with. That's a good point. But she is her father's daughter.
She's
she's a Trump.
She's the farthest thing from conservative, but okay.
But she's the daughter of.
Yeah. Okay.
So
no,
that's what I meant.
I get what you're saying.
That's a good point.
I love it. I get what you're saying, but she's not.
Okay.
Not conservative.
But I'm going to say this about her. Remember, she was having babies. Even when she was campaigning, it was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It was like she had a kid, and then boom, she was back. So she's back to her fighting weight.
Mm-hmm.
She's lost weight, which is what happens. You have your kids, and you're having a bunch of kids all at once.
Yeah.
And it takes a little bit. And so
I'm trying to get back to my fighting weight too.
Put the guys, put the before and after pic back up as well, if you could.
I think the left is a before picture, unless they're both pictures post.
Left is
work.
definitely before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even if you look at the side by side, so I think they're saying a little more because ultimately, she just turned 42.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen her as much for the past couple of years.
No, she wants out of that spotlight pretty much. She's pretty
been
clear about that. Yeah.
But she definitely had her lips done, and whoever did them did a fantastic job. I don't actually think she had rhinoplasty. I don't.
What is rhinoplasty?
Your nose.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have a deviated septum or your nose is crooked.
No, she had they're saying a nose job.
Yeah. Well, some people do it for the cosmetic appearance. Other people that have a rhinoplasty, it's because one of their nostrils is the septum is pushed over and you have trouble breathing and you snore and you end up with sinus infections. But I'm assuming she had it for the cosmetic reason.
I don't think she had a nose job. Skin tightening, yes. Lips, yes. And maybe a little something with her. I don't know. With her
lips definitely look fuller.
Oh wow, that's a good picture. Yeah.
Nose looks about the same.
So the chin.
Her
lips, jawline looks different because she's lost weight.
Her lips look the same.
No, I disagree.
No.
That bottom lip is thicker.
No.
Is it?
She definitely had.
It's the way she's smiling, or
No.
just the way she's looking.
I love a thick bottom lip, by the way.
Yeah,
big fan of the thick bottom lip. Yeah.
I just think she had her lips done and she had a few things tweaked, but nothing major.
And look,
But
she's
she
gonna
always
get.
looks good.
She's the glamorous. She's the golden child of the family. She's gonna get all the attention. But this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. I mean, celebrities, Hollywood A-listers, people that are attached to family that are famous. I mean, and even if you're not, and I'll just say this right now, if you're just the average 42-year-old listener listening to this show right now that's female and you want to get work done, I would never ridicule a lady for getting work done.
No,
absolutely not. In
Guys
fact, I
get
don't
work done too.
I was gonna say, I occasionally color my beard from time to time to get away from the salt and pepper. I'm starting to get a little gray.
Don't.
Yes,
do
I
you?
do.
Oh,
absolutely.
That's hideous.
It's a natural color. You really
dare
can't
you.
tell unless you see my grays come in and then they just disappear.
Just embrace the gray, bro.
I do sometimes. It's seasonal.
Sid Weiss said, "Listen, all you broads."
Sid Weiss, come on, man.
I love Sid. He's my buddy.
Sid. If Sid could get some work done, he would do it.
This is look. I know this is. I know people are tuning in right now. They're like, "Oh my God, this is so superficial." It was an interesting story in the Daily Mail. And
Yeah,
I
it
just
is.
wanted to see. I'm interested to see why people. And look, she's still hot as hell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
I mean, I don't know if she's hot as hell.
Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh.
She's gorgeous. I mean, she's definitely. I mean, she's she's out of my league for sure. But was she a 10 out of 10? I wouldn't say she's a 10 out of 10. Concha hawking on a Friday night. 8.2.
Concha hawking on a Friday night.
See, here's my
Please
thing.
isolate that.
Dudes have a problem of falling for famous women that if they weren't famous, you wouldn't go gaga over. Like, there are so many people that I used to work with in sports media that would see certain female sports anchors and be like, "Oh my God, I'm infatuated with her." I'm like, Yeah, you're infatuated with her in part because of the position she has. If she was just like, a school teacher, you'd be like, oh yeah, she's gorgeous, but you could find that. 8.2.
The board-certified celebrity plastic surgeon they talked to was very gracious. He said she was already beautiful, so
Yes.
any treatments or procedures are icing on the cake.
Newman Price says she's a solid 8.3.
You go 8.3.
You guys.
Yeah, that's fine. I go 8.2, but
Unbelievable.
Listen, we can only get it, Dawn, to be honest with you, we can only get away with doing this because you're here.
Yeah.
And you're permitting it.
If you weren't here, if you were not here, Nick and I would not be doing this story. I guarantee.
All right, let's do a poll question. Here
Yeah.
we go in the YouTube chat. Who's more beautiful, Trump's daughter or Trump's attorney?
Trump's daughter.
I like Alina Habba or whatever her name is better.
No.
Well, that's your personal taste.
I got Habba 8.7.
Johnson's Nick, they're all out of your league.
I don't deny that. You're absolutely correct.
What was I going to say? But I also what I think is different. Okay, if we're really going to go there,
Yeah, we can
I
go
think
there.
she had her teeth redone.
I've been trying to get my teeth redone for 2 years.
I think her teeth are different.
Interesting.
You're saying she went veneers?
She might have already had them or whatever,
50,
but she
50 grand, by the way, to get your veneers done.
She
if you want 'em.
definitely had her.
You imagine sticking a BMW in your mouth? That's what you're basically doing. $50,000 to get your whole mouth done with veneers.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you don't really need your whole mouth though.
No, I know.
Why would you do that?
Well, I know people have. I've looked into it and been quoted. It's about 50 grand.
Some people have had it done. Some have been talk show hosts, and some of them had it done, and they talk like this.
Yeah.
Who would that be, Greg?
I have no idea. who you're talking
Anybody
about.
we know?
I have no idea who you're talking about. We've had a lot of hosts. Look, I'm being very cryptic today. I'm not calling any one person out. I'm
You're
just
going
saying,
anti-Vivek here. You're not flame throwing.
No,
you're just picking and prodding.
I'm just saying we've had a lot of hosts on this radio station, so nobody knows who I'm actually talking about.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Okay.
Well,
There's actually been a few.
Some would say it would be great if you don't have a lot of hosts and you don't have a lot of changeover and you have the same people in place for like a quarter century.
Who said that?
That's my goal.
By the way, there's a lot of people watching right now. Please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button if you have not done so. Our goal is to get to 5,000 YouTube subscribers by Thanksgiving, and we're like a week away. Or
I know.
a week and a half away. So please hit the subscribe button right now so we can get to 5,000.
Yes.
If you're tuning in and watching for the first time, please do so.
Yeah. Because I'm done after next Friday, so if you don't get there, that's not my fault. Just saying. There we go.
Who's filling in?
I don't know. Not my concern. I'm checking out. You won't see me
Why
on
are you
Twitter.
asking, Dawn?
You won't see me on Twitter.
Why are you asking, Dawn?
Just curious.
Who do you think's filling in?
It affects it. Well, I assume it's Mike.
Yes, of course.
No problem.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
He's got to clear up his golf schedule first. All right.
I'm just making sure because I might, get sick that week otherwise. No, I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
I got a. Speaking of that, I have a Wall Street Journal article on the way Americans now use their work sick days. We should get to that, but if I'd have to page through like 8,000 packets I have in here. But anyway, let's stay visual. One last thing on YouTube, and this one actually really bothers me. So the Washington Post put together a cartoon depicting a Hamas terrorist, and we have talked about on this show how deadly and savage and brutal Hamas is, and they use innocent civilians as human shields, women, children, the elderly. Again, I don't know how you can be pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian movement, whatever you want to call it. These people are absolutely barbaric, and they don't play by any rules. So if we could put this up, Natasha, that would be great. There was a cartoon, and again, I don't understand this process. I've never understood it when it comes to, media personalities that do something or say something, and their bosses have no problem with it until the backlash comes in, and then it's, well, you got to delete that, or we got to suspend you, or we got to fire you, or whatever it is. Have some conviction. You went with it. You ran it. You felt like it was fine. Don't be a coward and remove it just because you have some crab apples that are angry about it. So there it is on YouTube. The Washington Post, it says, how dare Israel attack civilians? And there's a Hamas terrorist with an elderly woman and a few babies, a cartoon, obviously, basically tied with rope around them as human shields, front and back, chest and back, the head, anywhere you would try to snipe somebody, basically, and kill them. They have a hostage in a cartoon. And this drew a ton of backlash as a racist cartoon depicting grossly mischaracterized Hamas terrorists. So now we have people not only defending terrorists, but of the illusion or the belief that this is not a practice that Hamas terrorists actually do, which is absolutely not true. It is verified and documented and chronicled that Hamas uses other human beings, other people in Gaza as human shields when involved in conflict against Israelis or any other military force. So this is a factually accurate depiction of the levels to which these people will go. Again, keep in mind, in Gaza, in the Palestine area that they claim is Palestine, that we know is Israel, this is a group of people that is not welcomed by any other bordering nation. Yet we are supposed to take them in here in America when they are not welcomed within their own geographical regions. So this was taken down.
So the Washington Post had this cartoon up
on Wednesday's print edition, November 8th.
They had it, and it's a Hamas leader with a bunch of babies tied to it to signify hostages.
The same organization that goes door to door and slaughters babies in their crib.
And it offended people.
That's correct.
So they took it down.
Correct.
Oh, my God.
Yes. And then you have the editor apologizing. So in response, so the cartoon was drawn by cartoonist Michael Ramirez. And then the editor of the opinion section is David Shipley. He apologized for approving the publication in a note to readers on Wednesday. So remember the cartoon we talked about a couple of weeks ago in the Philadelphia Inquirer?
Yep.
That's basically it's ran in a variety of newspapers. It's kind of syndicated, run in newspapers. It just shows up in all the publications like the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Philadelphia Inquirer. They apologized, removed it, but claimed that it was, syndicated. This appears to be something that was in front of the editor at his desk with his computer monitors, David Shipley. He gave the green light for it. People lose their mind. They send letters. They tweet. I'm sure this was, something that was posted on their Twitter feed. And now he has this thing to say. He says, the reaction to the image convinced me that I had missed something profound and divisive, and I regret that. Like, this is 100% accurate. Okay, now maybe the babies aren't actually tied, to the chest with rope. But they use these other people as human shields when bullets are coming.
It's unbelievable.
Why are you backing down to the outrage from the left over this when it's actually factually correct? I don't get that. You thought it was good enough before. Don't be a baby now and be a coward and appease to these people.
Stick up for your convictions.
This is classic cancel culture right here, right?
Absolutely it is.
So
absolutely it is.
My God.
It's crazy.
These people just...
By the way, Rick on Twitter writes, I think Trump's daughter is better looking than Taylor Swift. I can endorse that.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I've told you, Taylor, I have Taylor? A 7.4, I think. Ivanka 8.2. Yeah, okay.
Guys.
There you go.
Well, we lost one listener.
Oh,
what happened?
Linda writes.
There goes my bonus.
Can't deal with certain elements of the show any longer. Wish you much good luck and ever increasing success.
You're right.
Sorry.
Let's take a deep dive into the Gaza Strip, and coming up next we'll have a archaeological expert on for 17 minutes, and I'll ask him 42 questions, and you'll drive off the Schuylkill and crash into the water and sleep and drown.
I'm sorry, Linda.
Yes.
Blame me. I'm the one who brought this subject to the table.
See,
so
Linda's
it's my
biased.
fault.
Linda's biased.
Which she didn't like the cartoon editorial?
Yeah, she'll be back.
No. I don't think she liked the Ivanka Trump.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, the Ivanka Trump, which is on major news, it's being picked up by everybody.
Thank you. Right.
The reason it's why is it being picked up by conservative media sites? Because this is a strategy, and the strategy is everybody's now talking about it.
Yeah.
And they're not talking about the details or what she said or anything, and it's actually a strategy.
Yeah.
And I promise you that's why they did this.
Yeah. Now, just remember, there's no show tomorrow, but usually the stuff that we talk about on a Monday ends up on the 5 on Tuesday on Fox, and you say, wow, I wonder why that is. That's because we are always ahead of the curve on this show. So that's why it is so successful. But, Linda, we wish you the best. You'll be back on Monday.
Of course. course.
I know you will be. She loves us.
There's nothing else to listen to in the morning.
What are you going to do? You're going to hear about Jalen Hurts. The Eagles have a bye this week, for God's sakes. Can you imagine how bad it is down that hallway? There's nothing to talk about.
Speaking of talkers, I just sent you guys this story.
Yeah.
Kmart stores in Australia yanked a Christmas-themed bag or a holiday bag for hams. For HAM, for hams.
Yeah.
But it's all bright, and it says Merry Ham -MAS. Jewish groups thought, oh my goodness, are they paying tribute to Hamas? Or paying
Merry
a pun?
Hamas.
What?
And Kmart made these before, and they're just they can't apologize enough. But it was about hams.
Do we have the visual? Can we maybe get that to YouTube?
I emailed you.
Okay.
But oh my, and so Kmart is just all over the place saying, oh, we so profusely apologize. Oh, my goodness. It was about meat, holiday hams.
I thought Kmart went out of business. Didn't they file bankruptcy? I thought they were basically closing shop.
I think they reorganized.
Yeah, most Kmart stores have closed, but there's a handful of them.
And you used to work at Kmart, right?
I was one of the OGs of Kmart in the Lehigh Valley in
the
like
90s.
1996.
Yeah. I used to love Kmart. That was basically Walmart put Kmart out, and then Target came along, and that was the death sentence for Kmart. So there you go. We should talk some more retail. We did like an hour of retail on Wednesday, didn't we? We talked about all the different stores.
Look, it's a Friday. We're tired.
Yeah. I'm not tired. I'm good to go. I just wanted to mix it up and have a little fun. We want to talk about crime. Should we talk about murders? You want to get real serious again? We could do that. Go back to my big take. I'll regurgitate that.
I have a very interesting a clip I want to play coming up in What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
Yeah.
About gender-neutral bathrooms and how we feel about them.
Okay, gender-neutral potties it is.
Yep.
Right now, 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Yes, that movie coming out, I believe that was 19 years ago today. Wow. Caller 12. If you can identify that clip at 855-839-1210, you will win a pair of tickets to see A Very Philly Christmas at Kimmel Center Verizon Hall on December 2nd. That's a Saturday at 3 p.m., featuring Broadway singers and dancers, local choirs, and the No Name Pops, and brilliant new arrangements of your favorite holiday songs, plus lots of surprises and some essentially Philly fun. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Dorenzo has alerted me we have that Kmart photo, which we can get to on the other side, and then Stocker's got some goodies as well. Kayal Company will come back and do anything but deep dives into foreign policy. Sorry to disappoint, but we like winning. Back after this.
Oh, I think we're lost again.
Wait, what does that sign over there say?
Caution wildlife crossing?
No, next to it.
If you're 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. Ouch, I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
The life of an Eagles fan is a wild ride. Some years we triumph. Some years we don't. What never changes year after year is how we get to the game, shoulder to shoulder with our fellow fans on SEPTA. And this season, fans ride home free from NRG Station on the Broad Street line thanks to Unibet, an official casino and sportsbook partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Plan your trip to the game and learn more about free rides home, sponsored by Unibet at iseptaphilly.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville with Paul Wyants and Brendan Donegan, Saturday, November 18th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Why are the world's central banks quietly yet aggressively amassing mountains of gold? Because they know a storm is brewing, the type we might witness only once in our lifetimes. They understand that America's vastly inflated currency doesn't have much life left. And when it finally dies, gold will be a bedrock of stability just as it has for thousands of years. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I urge you to do as central banks are doing. How? By diversifying your IRA or 401k into physical gold with Birch Gold Group. This will protect your savings from inflation, political instability, and economic crashes. To see how it works, get a free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. So text HEDGE to the number 989898. That's HEDGE to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave. Don't treat yourself like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal Company, 9:30. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet, part 2. Who on Twitter and YouTube today? What's on tap for the Dawn Show? All still ahead. And also one last story before we get to the cut sheet. The vets being taken care of. We'll tell you about that. And also we have the Kmart graphic that we will show you as well. But let's see if we have our morning mystery movie clip winner on the line with the correct answer to get the pair of tickets to a very Philly Christmas at the Kimmel Center. We have Jamie in New Egypt. Jamie, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hi, how are you?
We are doing well, Jamie. So can you tell us what movie we played for you a couple of minutes ago?
I sure can. I've seen it a million times. My son just turned 19 in August, and he loved the movie over and over and over again. Did I watch it? It's The Polar Express.
Polar Express is correct. Congratulations, Jamie. We appreciate you listening, and thank you for playing along this morning.
Thank you, guys. I love you guys so much. You listen to me every day.
All right, there she is. Jamie listens every day. At first, I thought there was like a 5-year-old on the phone.
Yeah.
Sweet
I don't know if that was that Jamie the whole time?
Sweet voice.
She threw her voice like a ventriloquist.
Yeah.
Nice work out of her. All right, let me get to this last story, and then we'll get the Kmart graphic up for the story Dawn was talking about. That'll lead us into the cut sheet. So if you are an active military member, thank you very much. If you are a veteran, thank you very much. Veterans Day this weekend coming up tomorrow. And maybe you've got a nice little nest egg and you're thinking about getting away from the dreary weather today. It's only going to be 56 tomorrow. You don't want to see Penn State get beat by 17. Go to Vegas. You can throw a money line on the Michigan Wolverines, and you can go to Las Vegas' strip club that is offering up free lap dances for military members on Veterans Day. That is correct. The announcement coming up at a place in Vegas called the Crazy Horse 3. I guess they have a Crazy Horse 1 and 2.
You've never been to a Crazy Horse?
No. I've been to Vegas once.
No. I mean, there's Crazy Horses everywhere.
Oh, it's a chain strip club?
There used to be one in Myrtle Beach that I may or may not have gone to a few times.
Yeah, you throwing around singles?
I mean, in my early 20s.
In your glory days, right? All right, well-known strip club in Las Vegas, Crazy Horse 3 announced on their social media this week that all active duty military and veterans who stop by will receive a lap dance on the house.
Wow.
Special Veterans Day announcement posted by the club reads, honoring those who served, complimentary lap dance for all veterans and active duty. The deal runs this Saturday from noon to 6 p.m. Anyone over age 21 with Nevada identification will also get in free. So there you go. Thank you for your service, and these next 90 seconds are on the house. Normally that could cost you a good $20. So
These next 90 seconds are on the house.
there you go. So thank you to all of our veterans. I'm sure somebody on the left will be triggered by this, like, how dare they do this, so forth and so on. But you know what? You serve your nation. You're entitled to some entertainment. So let me get to the Kmart story that Dawn mentioned. I know, Dawn, you brought that up kind of towards the end of the last segment before the morning mystery movie clip. If we could put that up on our YouTube graphic. A lot of visuals today here on the program. For all of those that are offended that they're not on YouTube. And this is a radio show. So apparently, now Dawn, how did you describe it? They took out certain letters and it says Merry Hamas instead of Christmas because they tried to put a ham up there, so to speak?
Yes, because it was a promotional for holiday hams.
Okay.
And so this was probably being made and in the works and ordered before October 7th.
Correct.
And so they had these very festive holiday bags.
Oh, my God.
I mean, come on, guys. Really?
It's a stretch.
Merry Ham.
Moss.
And then underneath it, Moss.
Right, from the top to bottom.
There's even a dash in it.
Yes.
So it's ham with
yes.
The A is a Christmas tree.
Correct.
And then there's a dash, and it says come on.
And it's not going left to right where it's HAMMAS. It's ham on top of the moss. And as you said, there's the dash in between. Merry Ham Moss. Ham
Yeah,
miss.
so-
Merry Ham miss.
So they should, I don't know. Kmart was being ripped because people just thought, what?
And they acquiesced to the haters and
They did. They apologized and just said, this was about the ham, the holiday ham.
See, folks, this is how you're never going to eradicate the wokeness and the cancel culture stuff. If you keep bending the knee to these losers, they'll never stop. Eventually, if you just shut them down and refuse to budge on something that 99.9% of people probably didn't pick up on, much less be offended by, then you'll never have to worry about it. But you empower these people.
What are the odds, though, that you do that, make that stupid bag, and then for your holiday ham?
And to your point, this was probably drawn up in like August or September.
They've come out and said that. They've just apologized. But I guess, there were people, because of all the anti-Semitism and all the pro-Palestinian stuff, and they just Plus, not for nothing, but it's a cheap little. They can still sell the honey ham. It's just a canvas bag with writing on it.
So let me ask you, who's offended by this? People that are pro-Israel or pro-Hamas? Does it say?
Well, no, I think these were Jewish groups, but I think to your point, it was both, but especially Jewish Israeli groups were thinking, what?
Yeah. Well, I've been very pro-Israel on this show when it comes to this whole situation. But if you're Jewish and you're bothered by this, and get over it.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would agree with you. Like we call out absurdity on both sides.
That's right.
I mean, come on.
I'm consistent, if anything. Consistently bad with my grammar.
Well, they're apologizing.
All right. 9:36. Let's get to a Greg Stalker Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, sponsored by Delaware Valley BMW Centers, now through November 30th. During the BMW Road Home Sale event, lease an all-electric 2020 or 2024 BMW XI Drive 50 for $799 per month for 36 months with $6,429 due at signing. Details at bmwcenters.com, bmwcenters.com. Thank you, BMW Centers, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. All right, one serious thing and then one not-so-serious thing. A couple of days ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson held a press conference with family members of hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. This was to mark the 30 days since hundreds were kidnapped during the devastating October 7th attack on Israel that killed some 1,500 people, mostly civilians. I'm kind of piggybacking off of that news story we were just talking about. I think it was a smart idea having a press conference for this, and NBC News, to their credit, covered it. Okay. And this is how that sounded. Cut 11, guys.
I have a problem with gender-neutral bathrooms.
Nope, that's not it. Sorry.
I need that as a drop.
Well, that's coming up next.
Okay.
Hang on. Cut 11, guys. Go.
This is Guy. Okay? His best friend is a hostage, too. This is Almog.
And this is a wake-up call, not only for Israel, not only for the Jewish community. This is a wake-up call for all of you. All of you here, all of America, all of Europe. You are next. You are next. And we should do everything that we can to stop these atrocities.
Wow. Pretty much calling their shot, basically saying, putting the alert out that it's going to happen. So
You're next.
Okay. Well,
I don't, I'm glad we're doing this, but it's kind of a harrowing message, right?
Well, and this is what Christopher Wray said a few weeks ago, right? And he said that, that it's absolutely something that, they can't absolutely say 100% that they can prevent. And he basically said it's almost inevitable. So,
yeah.
But we could just keep, we'll just allocate all of our forces for one guy from January 6th running around in the woods in New Jersey.
Yeah.
So, Sylvia McDonald says, check your work, Greg.
Let me see here.
Yeah, that was all
Can
me.
we check our work, please?
There we go.
Before we put it on the air and save it.
The internet never lets it go.
I love it. All right. What do we think about gender-neutral bathrooms? We have two bathrooms, gender-neutral bathrooms, I guess you call them here, right?
Do we really?
We do, yeah. There's three, actually.
I guess I never frequent them. I usually one right around the corner here.
Yeah, well, there's a men's room and a women's room.
Yeah.
But if you go down the hall a little bit, there's actual,
So guys and girls simultaneously in the same facility.
Yeah. There's one toilet in there and a
couple
guy
stalls.
No, there's
no. It's just a private.
It's just a private bathroom.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm okay with that. I mean, that's the way it is in some office settings, like when you go to a dentist or a chiropractor. They don't have necessarily men and women. They might just have a small retail spot where everybody gets to use the same commode.
Well, apparently this non-binary person thinks that these bathrooms are for them because they're upset that, as she calls them, cisgender people are using them and taking big, stinky,
dumps.
What? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all right, I need to know the setting that she's complaining about, because if there's only one toilet, then everybody has to use it, or you just hold it.
Well, let's let her explain, and then we'll dissect.
All right.
And cut 9.
Tear this person apart.
Cut 9. Go.
I have a problem with gender-neutral bathrooms. There, I said it. Most of the time, when I go into a gender-neutral bathroom, somebody has just taken a big, stinky. At some point, cisgendered people figured out that they now had a nice private bathroom where they could go and take all of their dumps. It's gross. Use your own bathrooms.
Use your own bathrooms.
Well, if you have to go, you have to go. And if that's the only bathroom, that's the one you're going to use. And I'm sorry, it's just the luck of the draw. Nick Kayal was in there and he dropped the big one, and now you crazy person doesn't like it.
Let me ask you guys a question, though. Wouldn't the whole bathroom situation be solved if we just had individual bathrooms?
Sure. But in certain settings, you got to have, 5 urinals and 7 stalls to handle the volume of people that are in your venue. You couldn't do that at a sporting event. You couldn't do that at a concert. You couldn't do that in many settings. I need to know more information as to what really triggered this person.
They're triggered because they consider that their own bathroom because they can't go in a men's or women's bathroom because of gender confusion or whatever.
You don't even have mass approval on using your own pronouns yet. You're not going to tell people whose toilet's whose.
But it is true. People do go in those stalls to, go number 2 because it's private, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Nobody likes to do that in stalls.
I always question the person that goes into the private stall just to do a number 1. Why didn't you just use the urinal standing up?
What if we just had stalls everywhere? What if everything was a stall and men and women just went in and
it'd lead to a lot of issues.
Would it?
Yeah. I don't know that a female wants to be down sitting in a stall doing a number 2 or a number 1 because they have to sit regardless. And here comes Anthony Dorenzo.
Why are you calling him?
Poor Anthony.
He's dropping off his dinner. To be honest, I don't want to be next to a dude that's going number 2. It's always an awkward setting, isn't it, though?
Lately, they and this is probably a cost issue for now, so many schools and businesses, etc. Because lately, the stalls, what they do is they have them. It used to be, it's not a wall. It's just like a divider, but they're. In other words,
you can see the other person's feet.
Yeah, you can see the other person's feet. Nowadays, they're doing it, floor to ceiling.
Yeah,
these walls.
Yeah.
To try to avoid these very stinky issues.
Yeah,
but those bathrooms are not. They're not. I guess they are gender neutral.
They're just public restrooms.
Yeah,
and by and large, for the most part, so I go to my my chiropractor, and he's just got one bathroom, and it's just got a sign, and it says restroom. It doesn't have a gender connotation to it. It doesn't say family restroom. It doesn't say handicap accessible. It just says if you got to go, go, and get out. And if they leave you at Febreze, can use it.
Well, the problem here with the individual bathrooms they have here is they clog all the time.
You got to. We'll do a little field trip after the show. You got to show me this gender neutral bathroom. I got to see what this is like. Yeah, a little field trip.
You really don't know where they are?
No. I get in and get out of here, man. I go into the sales meeting from time to time, and that's it.
I know.
I stick to my my route, my path. We're not welcome down the hall sometimes, I feel like. It comes to deplorables.
Sid says Parks Casino has floor-to-ceiling bathroom stalls. Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Well, I don't recall.
It's more expensive, but yeah, they have nice bathrooms at Parks.
Parks is gorgeous.
I know, but
I'm
they, to your point, this is just going to cost more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, if you're going to build the wall, the wall's expensive.
So apparently non-binary people are triggered because us men are going in there and dooting.
What are they not triggered by?
I don't know.
Do they enjoy anything?
No, it's just misery. It's all misery.
They just literally want to rewrite the history of civilization and everything that we do as human beings. What a way to live your life.
Look, bathrooms are disgusting places.
Oh, they absolutely are.
They're meant to be.
There's no question.
I mean,
I don't even wash my hands in the bathroom. I use the hand sanitizer in the hallway when I come out.
Oh, that's just we had a discussion about this yesterday, actually.
Oh yeah.
So some people may be offended when they're sitting in the stalls. People come in there, do their thing, and just walk out. They don't hear any
Yeah.
water running.
Well, that's me. I use the hand sanitizer right out in the hallway, 5 feet outside the door.
Because there are no towels.
Well, it's not, but usually the sink area is all wet and people put their hands. And I'm not a germaphobe. We have here in the men's room here. There's you can stick your arm in this little socket and you can open the bathroom door to leave the bathroom without putting your hands on the handle. Bill from the morning show down the hall does that. I'm like, what did you just do? And he's like, oh, that's where you put your arm in there if you don't want to touch the. I'm like, but you just washed your hands.
Peter S. on the YouTube chat writes, it could have been another trans person who dropped a deuce.
Oh, man. Trans potty warfare.
Yeah. Why are you? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. You're accusing.
Yeah.
As they call cisgender. I guess that's us.
Me.
And it could be somebody else.
Very accusatory in nature. I'm not sure I like that.
Uh-huh.
Don't judge a book by its cover, buddy.
All right. So we got to the bottom of that.
I don't know that we did, but I had fun. Was it good for you?
It was good for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have to break.
All right, coming up next, what is on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter and YouTube? We'll find out next as we put a bow on a Friday show. Another week in the books. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Odyssey's I'm Listening is our commitment to more mental health conversations. Adele talks about what she does to keep her anxiety under control.
I work out to really hone all my energy and to make sure that it's not coming out sideways. If I'm ever in a situation where I don't want to do something, then I just won't do it anymore because the repercussions of that will be my anxiety.
Talk saves lives. For more mental health conversations, visit imlistening.org.
Too many people are experiencing suicidal crisis or mental health-related distress without support. But there is hope. The 988 Lifeline helps people who are struggling to overcome mental health-related issues. It's okay to not be okay. The Philadelphia Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Services is here for you. If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health crisis, call 988 for support. Trained crisis counselors are standing by. That's 988.
There's a chill in the air and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. The 2024 Lexus are arriving daily. They have over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill, now a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Stop in and see Tony Labello and his team or visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Hi, this is Joe Manchin, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
There's nothing like football season. And this year, fans in Philly can listen to Penn State football free. Catch every Nittany Lions game live with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free on the Odyssey app. Every touchdown, every tackle, every win. All right here. To get started, download the Odyssey app today. That's AUDACY. And search for WPHT. Available for Philadelphia listeners only.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Increase your holiday spending power with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including holiday meals, decor, gifts, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
33,000 babies will be born preterm this month. Throughout November, Prematurity Awareness Month, March of Dimes is asking for life-saving donations in honor of World Prematurity Day, November 17th, to support research, advocacy, and programs to end preventable preterm birth. Your help is critical to ensure that we can be there for parents throughout their pregnancies, so all babies and families can get the best possible start. Please donate today at marchofdimes.org.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, Friday morning. The segment brought to you by Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from the noise and hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. Well, you're not going to hear God's voice in 7 minutes, but you will hear Dawn Stensland's. Although some would say she is a god.
I don't know
and she's coming up at 10 o'clock. What do we got, Dawn?
Oh, there's so much developing, and I'll get into what's going on at University of Pennsylvania, Temple's campus, and the latest reaction to that, the Fed's investigation as well, and the new mayor of Philadelphia, some of what she said yesterday. Coming up at 10:05, Guy Shiraki, well-known, Chester County, joins us again as we talk about what happened in these suburban elections and moving forward. For example, already in Bucks County, there are statements coming out of the newly elected board, what they plan to do as the Democrats took over on that one. But we'll talk about the implications of this latest election and what it really means for all of our so-called collar counties. I'll also detail the latest investigation of this crime burglary ring of individuals apparently coming from South America. Do they have visas? How are they coming across? And give you some updates on that one as police in the suburbs are warning residents about these burglary rings striking homes more and more. So we'll talk to Guy Shiraki. Then coming up at 11, we'll talk to Doug Pierce of the National Police Association, the latest with them, and the story really focusing on the state of police, law enforcement, and as well in light of course, tomorrow being Veterans Day. Even though our Veterans Day parade was last Sunday, as we know, many commemorations are today. And happy birthday to our U.S. Marines, Greg said earlier this morning. But many commemorations to law enforcement and celebrations and tributes today and tomorrow as Veterans Day's tomorrow.
All right. And ask him about this. Pennsylvania State Police are seeing a 258% surge in applicants after they remove the college requirement for new cadets. So all of a sudden you don't need to go to college and go into debt, and people start signing up for this. So that's a good trend, I would presume. All right, let's get to who won Twitter and YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Who on Twitter is Bob Irving. Bob Irving writes, so I heard Dawn's read about Italy. She's going to Italy, right?
Yes, Southern Italy, conservativetours.com.
Conservativetours.com. You can join her. And she said her sons were going. Wait, Dawn has sons? Who knew?
You want to pound it.
Oh,
man.
Oh,
And then
really?
do
I mean,
like a dry run.
Wait. We played that when we were talking about Dawn's sons. Come on, Nick.
Yeah. Well, they are
Be
the ones
better.
they're the ones that I'm cooking for
Be
and
better.
trying to make the
Right.
chicken and the beef tender for.
That's right.
Try to cook healthy meals.
Damn right.
All right, let's do who
won
YouTube. I'm gonna give it to Shafe, our buddy Shafe. Nick, when Nick was discussing not washing his hands after he goes in the bathroom, he says,
Yeah.
"Ooh, Poppy's a little sloppy."
Poppy's a little sloppy. I love it when you call me Big Papa. There you go. Yeah, but I use the hand sanitizer in the hallway. And it's a quicker dry, too. I can get back into the studio. I'm in a time constraint here.
No, I get it.
I don't
but
have time
you,
to go in
need
there.
You need to just, do a little wash, buddy.
No, I'll use the hand sanitizer. I'll do that.
Dawn, do we approve of the hand
I think hand
sanitizer?
sanitizer is probably more efficient and effective. Kills 99.99% of germs is what it says on the thing.
Probably is,
Then
but
how much
it's
does soap kill?
it's the case of we don't have towels, the paper towels, because we're trying to be good to the environment, which is bizarre because we have a blower there that is run by electricity.
Yeah, and it goes off every 8 seconds.
So,
and then also turning the water on, you got to put your hands underneath it for the signal, and it just
Yeah.
it's just a pain in the butt.
It really is.
It is.
It is.
I hate technology.
So, all right, so we can get behind you using the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, it's not like I'm coming back in here completely dirty.
Dirty.
That'll do it for us. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy the weekend. No Eagles this weekend. Penn State, Michigan at noon here on the station.
GAPC, oldest high school rivalry in the nation.
I've got Germantown Academy plus the 5.5. Put me down for a 20 spot.
I wouldn't take that bet, Nick. Sorry,
Fair
Dawn.
enough. All right, the Dawn Show is coming up next. We'll talk to you Monday mornings at 6 o'clock. We are out of here.
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.